Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for November 20th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick and all the knowledge seekers from different parts of the world. And of course, this is a roundtable meeting, and that means each and every one of you, our hosts, co-hosts, participants, everyone has a microphone, so we encourage you all to interact with the speaker, prompt a question, maybe it'll solve something for someone else. No need to be timid. I think we're all well known by those we need to be known by, let's say. So there's no hiding in the background, so to speak. The systems and links are continuing to be developed. It almost appears as if the transmutation is pretty much fully complete. And now we're moving into another dimension of testing where Mr. Keshe says we do need more participants to go to LINS, especially from the European area. And this new system, consisting of cosmic rays, will be more or less a mobile system, what it appears to, from what I've understood from the workshop. Yes, it'll be taught how to build it at home, but also you can tap in mobily to it. And of course, it's hidden, let's say, in the cloud somewhere or another location. No one has the keys, but if you do have the keys, you'll be able to tap in and to feed your soul as well as elevate your physicality and maybe even perhaps provide energy. I know the systems at home are built that way, but that's the next step. And we're talking about things as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, autism, handicapped children that didn't have oxygen at birth, and so on. Apparently, these will be very similar to the flight system. Now, I know I typed in health at Spaceship Institute.org, and I came up with the doctor's website to sign up for private teachings as a doctor. I don't know if anyone has double checked that, but I'm sure it's a link that's probably in process. That was what was put up in the workshop. This week we did lose a Universal Council member to some sort of accident that happened apparently in Israel. I'm not sure of the details of what happened. I think we should let Mr. Keshe explain a little bit more. But his name was Dor Name, or Nam. I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce it. I've never met Dor, but I know that our souls were thinking and interacting on the same level, so to speak. So we're going to go through this. And again, one of the things we can do, or the only thing we can do, is to elevate his soul. We send our condolences to his young family. I'll let Mr. Keshe explain more, but he was a military man, and he had dedicated himself to peace and was part of this peace process. I think of Yitzhak Shamir, who also was a very high-ranking military man who donated or dedicated himself to peace, and then I think he met an untimely death as well. But as Mr. Keshe said, we don't understand it. We will see more in the future as things unravel. I'm sure in the next workshop there'll be a memorial for Dor. But let's see if we can do that as well in a small way right here. Main point is to elevate his soul.
We have just received the message that one of members of Universal Council, due to an accident, has passed away. Dor Naim, as a member of Hebrew Universal Council, we just been informed has passed away due to an accident yesterday. And this brings us sadness. And his funeral is this afternoon at 3:30. I worked in the background with him in an understanding of working with the Israeli government to bring peace to Middle East. We wish for the elevation of his soul, and I'm sure he has achieved what he came, a beautiful man. Universal Council members are the connection between the man and the universal community and the Creator. He did everything possible to bring understanding to the Israeli government about the technology and the things we could. And yesterday morning, in my communication with the Israeli connections of our what we call a structure with the new government by returning of Netanyahu back into power to start dialogue. He was supposed to establish the first lines of the talk between Keshe Foundation and the Israeli government. There's always a reason. And I hope he still keeps his line of connection to bring what was his wish in a dimension of physicality to the nation of Israel. I would like to go for a silence. Then we come back.
We'll participate in this for 2 or 3 minutes.
The strangest thing is that yesterday morning, at about 10 o'clock, talking to these radio officials and our go-between, Naim was supposed to start meeting with the Israelis in Tel Aviv to lay down the transfer of technology in the space level to the Israeli scientists. That we could bring the Iranians and the Israelis to work together in a space, the new space era.
While we listen, if you'd like to make an annotation on either side of Dora's picture, please feel free to while we're listening to Mr. Keshe. Sorry.
I'm sure after the teaching, when I inform our negotiating go-between of this, will bring us a lot of what we call reorganization to see where we can go, how we can. He was a military man who became civilian, devoted to peace. He was to spearhead the peace negotiations. Transfer of technology and the ethos of the Keshe Foundation to what we call his nation. Sorry to hear him passing. And I hope he finds peace and elevation in all levels. He was working very close to do things to bring that change. Thank you very much. I hope he receives all the blessing he needs. He has a very young family. Break, can we go for a break and come back? I just put one of the small teachings about the soul and we come back.
Thought I might play the movie, The Formation of the Universal Council, that we play in the One Nation group.
Yes.
So if anyone would like to make an annotation on this picture, you may have to erase it later. I'm not sure. It seems to have come through on the other screen as well. I don't know why. But feel free to make a quick drawing, and if anyone would like to do that, otherwise you can just give through your soul to elevate his soul. And we're going to play the formation of the Universal Council, which I think is appropriate here. Many of us have heard it 100 times or maybe 500 times, but there's still probably more that can be gotten out of the formation video of the Universal Council. And as Mr. Keshe said, the Universal Council is that bridge between man, the universal community, and the creator. So let's hear that formation if no one wants to make an annotation or draw a picture, just in memory of Dor. The way you do is you sign a card, a different kind of card. Feel free to just press the annotate button, pick a pen. I don't know if we can sort of do this together or not. I've never really done that before, but thank you, Dor, for your time, your help, and your service to the community, which I'm sure continues in the dimension you're in. So let's hear the formation of the Universal Council. Again, we've all heard it, but maybe someone will listen to this recording in the future and get an idea of this.
Please do so.
Okay, thank you.
Go right ahead. Thank you, Gail.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the messenger, not to oppose. But by them understanding through those who have become Messiahs to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look to our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Okay, here we are back at the 459th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I'm not sure if you're there, Mr. Keshe. Would you like me to carry on with further videos?
No, just give me a few seconds, please.
Okay.
Yes, sorry about that. Thank you very much, Rick. My condolences to the whole of the Keshe and the Chef family. And I'm sure we'll find somewhere for peace and to understand. And let's see what comes and what brings us. What is the next step? And why this is happening now. Thank you very much, Rick. There is a reason for it, and I'm sure somewhere down the line we'll see, we understand, and we'll come to comprehend why it had to happen this yesterday. Thank you very much. Going back to the teaching.
Would anyone like to add any comments at this point? Or make an annotation on Doris' picture off to the side? But his wish is the same as our wish for peace on this planet, and he was certainly working at higher levels, and of course he stepped away from the military service. Probably could have rose high in the ranks there as well, but he decided that again, the fighting, the peace, it just creates more fighting. So he decided to move past that and to pursue this path of peace and bring it to his government in some way. I know he was spearheading some of the negotiations, I think, with the scientists and so on. I don't know if Mr. Keshe adds any more. Let's just see.
As I said, we have now achieved a position to do the whole of the operation of the processing through remote. And we need to do this and to understand the totality of it, that as we are completing the transmutation systems, we can make any adjustments or anything that it might need to be added to the systems before they are literally completed and go into operation. What does this mean is that those of you who understand the process, you can join us. The link is given above. To join the process, it'll go to the team of doctors. They look at it and they see if the case is approval for them. And then we start the process. Everything is ready to start next week, the first part of it. So we just received a couple of people sending emails and making, inquiries, which will go to the doctors, and then they will decide. And you'll be contacted in the next few days that we can start the process like we did with the others on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And see, as we succeeded in the completion of the flight system, we complete what we call the processing side, and then we can go to the next step. That when we go for what we call the space test early next year, will be complete. We'll be completely there to what we call have a complete process of transmutation. Not only the physicality, the process of the feed, and the process of what we call being able to correct and adjust everything which is needed.
Okay, so now we're going to back it up a little bit and go back to where Mr. Keshe talks a little bit more in detail about this remote mobile processing, I believe. Anyone have any comments up to this point? It seems like the transmutation is finished. The new systems are coming in for this mobile wellness, elevation of the soul, feeding, and so on and so forth. So this can all be done now mobily, even though they still need many people to come in to Linz, hopefully from Europe, and hopefully for people that have already been through the system once. He thinks this is a very good fit to try this new mobile processing. But anyway, let's see what we can learn from Mr. Keshe, absorb here. And just to understand the far-reaching ramifications, especially with what he's talking about, prostate cancer, epileptic attacks, ALS, MS, ADHD, lack of oxygen at birth for handicapped children. And he said, we're going to help with this process of depression. So let's hear a little bit more.
So preempting, or in a way creating condition of balancing over a time, will get rid of the disease of the man. All what we know will not be there. Prevention by feeding will stop the catching and creating the diseases of the future. In a way, prevention by allowing thus what we call the cosmic centers will allow man to tap into at any time. The beauty of it is that no pharmaceutical can lock it up. No government can stop you receiving food. No government can block you from gas and electricity. As Keshe Foundation technology becomes a process of a free access to all. Nobody can sell you a better version, a luxury version, and God knows a poor version. We all get access to the same energies as we fed through our soul. With this process, man will become independent of the earth and allows us to become the passengers of the universe, because in progressive development and understanding of the technology, we tap into the universal cosmic rays from the source. The moon's strength, the Mars' strength, another galaxy's strength. And it'll be instantaneous, as many of you have tasted it and tested it in the enhancement centers. You went to the moon, you didn't wait for 3 days, 4 days for the rocket to take you. You're instantly there. The new, what I call cosmic centers for man will come into operation in the next 24 hours, 48 hours. The first units we already have in Linz. Our team are just putting the last touches to it. As I said to them this morning, give me the good news that you achieve what the target was, then you can put it out and we can show it. In a way, we have achieved, now we can miniaturize it to millimeters, embed it even in the body of the man, that if you are somewhere out of the reach of your cosmic, what we call farm, you feed yourself.
I'm not sure if I understand that. He said you could miniaturize it and now embed it within the body of the man. Is he talking the actual physicality of this, or is he talking the soul of this micro nano plasma reactor? But it certainly sounded like embedded within the body of the man. But of course, we can embed souls, so it could be the soul of the system becomes embedded in your physicality. So as he said, no matter where you are in the universe, you can tap into.
You hold it in
Anyone else?
your hand and you possess what you need. Touches to it. As I said to them this morning, give me the good news that you achieved what the target was, then you can put it out and we can show it. In a way, we have achieved, now we can miniaturize it to millimeters, embed it even in the body of the man, that if you are somewhere out of the reach of your cosmic, what we call farm, you feed yourself. You hold it in your hand and you possess what you need. You carry it within the structure of your body. It's everywhere in the universe to feed you. You'll never go short of energies or what you call human hunger. The cornerstone of this is set. We are going through tests. We need to test more, and we develop this technology in a very rapid way. In so many ways, what you were thinking and what we asked you for remote and mobile transmutation and everything else, we have been testing in the background with a number of people on their health and on their food and on their connection exactly where we want to diagnose. Without the present man knowledge of diagnosis, we diagnose the essence of the emotion. We diagnose where the soul, with the soul of physicality, have come to a misunderstanding or creation of cancer. You've been waiting to become the mobile people to transmute. We have been testing the mobile systems on real cases. Diagnostic, delivery, extent of it, and seeing how it changes. We see people walk into unit, bent and crippled, and walk out different. And if you do it 3 or 4 times, which every cell had time to repair, you will see what we call misphysicality. One of the biggest completion for us was diagnosis. Now the process is developed and it can be diagnosed. In a way, we don't look at your physical shaking as a epileptic. We don't look at you forgetting as Alzheimer's. We don't look at you cancer in your prostate. We look, we feed where in the brain we see the problem. You call it the pain. I have a pain in my head. You call it a pain. I feel heat in my brain. It wasn't there till we introduced it, till we interacted with it, and it was diagnosed. This is what it is. That's where the damage is. That's where the repair comes from. And then this will create the emotions, how to handle it, how those emotions will come to be complete. It's very interesting to see how in the coming time, knowledge seekers will go through. You remember 4 or 5 months ago, we came to you and we asked you to come to Linz to perfect the system. Thank you for all of you who came. The system is complete, but that was for transmutation. Now, the Keshe Foundation, as of today, is ready to complete the process of processing your conditions. What does this mean? You came to Linz to see what you can bring, where you can go, and teach us and for us to learn which part of the technology we developed is perfect. We started with 3 chairs. We went to 1 unit, 2 units, and 2 more new units, and 2 more other units are getting developed on the back of what you brought us and our people could build. Now we come to you in a different way. We are putting it to you in a very, very simple way. We are looking for those of you who have cancer of prostate. We are looking for those of you who suffers from epileptic attack. We are looking for those of you who suffer from MS. We are looking for you who suffer from ILS. We are looking for those of you who suffer from what we call ADHD, fibromyalgia. We are looking for those of you who have, and you come to suffer from what we call a specific syndrome through the lack of oxygen at the point of birth, which affects the brain of children. Suppose. We are looking for those of you who have come to us asking how we can help with the process of what we call depression. The Keshe Foundation processing team doctors are ready to handle from today. Go back to the conditions which I explained. We are not handling pharmaceutical. We are putting you in touch with the doctors who, through understanding of the process of Keshe Foundation and our technology, will be able to process these things back. Keshe Foundation does not go into health business as we are a knowledgeable processing system, which means we do not come across pharmaceutical. We got nothing to do as we don't touch. We go through the process of the energy of the creation, and those of you, as I explained, listen to them, get in touch with us today. And as last time many of you came to Linz to go through the process, we don't need you to move from your home. The changes will be brought to you in your chairs, in your beds, in your homes. The mobile, what I call cosmic ray process, will start from next week. The way you came to us to help us to develop, to understand, to confirm the process of the manufacturing our system. Now, the mobile, what I call processing of the conditions through the work of the foundation, is at reach of everyone. As I said to a mother yesterday, you do not need to travel from Brazil. As I said to another man, you do not need to come from Texas. And I said to another person, you don't need to leave China. The technology is complete that you can get processed by the farms. Nobody knows where the systems are, and you receive the help. We have 20 spaces available for next week. the way you came to us to test, send your request directly to health@spaceshipinstitute.org. We can do it now. We have condition you have to meet. We go through your process, and then from then on, we'll see how we can do, and we'll bring you in next week. Just 1 second.
So there it is, the beauty of this technology, mobile transmutation, mobile processing of all types of conditions, and I'm sure more will be added as they learn more. There's 20 slots open next week, so anyone you know that maybe has exhausted all their possibilities with the current system that they're engaged with, we can offer them something more. And again, he was talking really, was he just talking to the knowledge seekers, or he's opening it up to everyone? I think he's opening it up to everyone at this point, but he said they'll be putting you in touch with the doctors. I don't know if anyone, as I said earlier, actually put in that health@spaceshipinstitute.org and see what comes up. I did earlier, and I came up with a doctors at Keshe Foundation. So perhaps that is what they're talking about. Anyone have any comment on that? I know it's quite fantastic to think you could be processed mobily, but we know if you... Yes, Ern?
I think that's an email address, so it should be health@Spaceship Institute. There's nothing to look up.
Oh, okay, that's an email address. Okay.
Yes.
So you would write an email. Thank you, Ern.
Mhm.
I knew your computer skills were more advanced than mine.
That's one I puzzled with over for a long time in the past. What's an email address and what's a website?
Okay, yeah, I usually, the Keshe Foundation is really the only, I mean, I do interact with other podcasts and things, but I'm not really a very sophisticated web browser or email sender or text and all that. So thank you, Ern, for correcting that. So beautiful possibilities coming up. You don't have to leave your home. They're going to bring it to you in your chair, in your bed, in your home. No need to travel from Brazil or Texas or China. And apparently nobody knows where these systems are located on this planet, or maybe they're not even on this planet. I have no idea. But anyway, it's a very beautiful start to a very beautiful process. And again, this is just leading to the next step. Gail, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wonder, for example, I'm having a problem with my phone. I have to do a SIM swap. It makes me nervous to think that what if something goes wrong with your phone in the middle of...
No, I don't think that will be...
Hopefully
I thought you were going to say you needed your phone processed.
Well, yes, I actually do, but no, it's an old phone, and I'm supposed to start using the new one, and I'm not familiar with the new one. So,
right.
And then you have to go and get the right size SIM because the older phone takes the bigger one. So it's a bit of a pain. SIM swaps have to be done.
So I think it's very much like the simulation unit in the store. I don't know the prices yet, but I think he said it would be similar to this sort of thing, maybe more. He said if you go and visit the doctors directly, you'll be spending tens of thousands of dollars if they accept your case. So we'll have to see, but the wellness centers are, as I understand it, include basically the same things as Mr. Keshe is saying they can do mobily. And maybe it'll just be the team of doctors in the background, yet processing on a mobile feature. And as he said, it's within the brain, this misunderstanding that created the condition between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, or a mishap that happened between the two created this condition. So they'll know where in the brain that condition is created, and they'll bring a balance, as I understand it, in that space gap between the emotions, between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality. If there could be such a space gap, and there is, this is where the actual processing happens. And I think it's the same with all the diseases. It somehow happens in the space gap, which then brings the balance of what's needed for the physicality. Anyone would like to share their understanding of what sort of area we're entering into here? Sounds very beautiful. And as Mr. Keshe said, with the doctors, it would be a guaranteed condition that would not appear. So you would have a money back guarantee, at least with the doctors. I don't know if they're still holding to that, but that was what was initially proposed, that this wouldn't be a one-time or a short-time relief of the condition, as we see in many conditions that are treated with the current system, but this would be a permanent relief or a rebalancing of that area in the brain or between the soul and the soul of physicality, which would put it back into proper balance. So you'll find that the sign up for these, I don't think it's up there yet as far as the health, and maybe it won't be up there at all. You have to be very careful, I think, with processing health, but doctors are involved. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're not getting involved. We're turning it over to the doctors. And this will all happen, maybe sometimes in several processings, but many times I think it'll be a walk in and a walk out. Maybe not, but he did say the multiple times would be for all the rest of the cells to rebalance. You may need once, twice, or 3 times through the system. Anyone want to add any comments? And again, this is beyond the imagination of the man, certainly the doctors, or at least the conventional doctors, of what can be done through these cosmic rays. Okay, if there's no comment on that, then we will go to the Peace Dome, the Dome of Peace, which you've been all encouraged to spray the GANS waters at least once a week, but you can do it all the time. I know many people carry little spray bottles with them, and they just do it whenever they feel the need to, or spray themselves, spray their environment where they are, or just spray out the window of the car as you're driving. The fields seem to know what to do and where to go. And of course, they've been designed in that manner. So let's hear our first part of the Dome of Peace, and we can include Dor in this elevation when we come to the spreading of our souls and his family and all those around him who are feeling sorrow at this point in time.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And as Mr. Keshe indicated earlier, in another location at another time, that the spraying of the plasma water, what we call the GANS waters, is a linking, would create some sort of linking to the wellness centers. So wherever you are, I know we all don't understand it completely, but there's something going on the energy level by releasing the GANS waters. Somehow you are making a connection from the wellness centers to the system, from in between wellness centers, from knowledge seekers to wellness centers, from wellness centers to knowledge seekers. I don't have the whole picture, but it's my understanding that it's almost like you're laying down a cable in a way. You're laying down connections in a way. And I know we don't understand it fully, but this seems to be the process of every Sunday. And again, you can do it as often as you'd like. Now we're going to go to the second part of creating the Dome of Peace, which is expanding or spreading the fields of our souls. And again, this is not so much for the physicality to do, but this is on the energy level, where when we gather together in a state of inner calmness, and we are stronger collectively, just as if we were to all pull on a rope, or one of us pull on a rope on one side, we're much stronger if we're all together on that one side. So this is the second part of the Dome of Peace. And again, every day at 3 p.m., or is it, it's 3 p.m. for me, but it's 9 p.m. CET time. Knowledge seekers are gathering on the energy level or the soul level to bring about this elevation. So keep that in mind that every day, of course, as Mr. Keshe says here, don't just do it once a week, do it all the time. So let's hear Shweta read this.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
So we could see one was for the physicality to work with, and the other is for the soul. And Mr. Keshe said we do need practice. We went to the, let's just see if we can find it here. There. Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes of silence. Please add Dor, his family in, and all those around Dor who are feeling sorrow and pain at this point in time. But this is for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the IAEA, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and of course, the soul of this planet to bring it into a peaceful condition. Much easier working on this level with the energies. We don't have to go anywhere. We don't have to write anything. We don't have to say anything. We can just join together in this inner calmness and peacefulness and expand the fields or the energies of our soul and accomplish things. Same way we saw the soul try to move someone out of the seat in the enhancement unit. We can apply energies at the soul level to make things happen. And so this is the way the Universal Council is learning to work. And this is the way, once we learn this, we'll be working in this dimension much more frequently than in the matter state to achieve the results we want to see. So let's take our 5 minutes now, collectively join together. And again, you may think this is like praying, and it is, but it's just expanding the fields of the soul to interact to achieve what is needed for this planet to become into a peaceful condition. So let's start now for 5 minutes. Thank you all for practicing and participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. And one thing Mr. Keshe said that I was still trying to figure out in a way, whatever you give from your soul is the only thing that you can give that's not been stolen from somewhere else. So these are very pure fields. They're not taken. If I take a coffee bean and give it to someone, a pound of coffee, whatever, that was taken from somewhere else and that was stolen. So this is the only thing, as I understand it, that we can give to another that's not been stolen at some point in time, somewhere along the way, as that sort of artifact. So these souls, these fields are pure, and you're generating them from internally, from your own interactions, from your own soul. And they are not stolen. They are given freely. So thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man, which we're just beginning to understand. Anyone want to make any comments at this point? If not, I think Alex is going to come in a little bit earlier today than usual, but there's still more fun to be had, let's say.
Can we have some more fun?
Always.
Like about 10 minutes, please? Thanks.
Okay. Well, are there any thoughts from any of the participants today? Perhaps you know someone. I have a sister that was injured by a vaccine. Well, that's what started it all, a measles vaccine in the 1960s. And then, of course, when you get measles, you can get what's called encephalitis, which is like a sleeping sickness in a way. So we took her back to the doctor, but the doctor sort of misdiagnosed it. He said that the reason she was sleeping so much was because her body was just so worn out from fighting the measles that it would need some time to recuperate. But within a day or two, that turned into a grand mal seizure. And of course, lack of oxygen led to brain damage. At that time, the ambulance was nothing more than a station wagon with a stretcher in the back and some oxygen. And of course, when you're having a convulsion, you cannot give a person direct oxygen. You need a respirator or them on some sort of respirator. Otherwise, you could break the lungs. So I'm wondering, is that the same as having a child in a way that due to whatever happened in the birth canal, there's a lack of oxygen, and therefore you have a damage of the brain? I don't know if the conditions are right, but perhaps we may try this mobile processing for her. We'll have to check with the doctors and so on and so forth. But I've always thought somewhere down the road, outside of a miracle, that there would be something that I could do to help my sister. But so far, it's been elusive. But now I think with these mobile processing, I think you can, even if the person, I know Mr. Keshe said you can't just drag someone in there, they would need to realize, but I don't see how a brain damaged child or someone in my sister's condition could realize that they would be part. And of course, maybe the soul knows itself, as nothing is hidden from the soul. And I'm sure the soul would be in agreement to that sort of processing. Perhaps. Again, I don't know the whole understanding of the soul, and it does have a secret life, and it doesn't always share all of it, but we're getting closer and closer to understanding more. So we may have, and of course, my sister was a normal child in first grade, so it was quite a devastating event for the family to have to go through this, to have a beautiful child one day and then the next day being in a hospital for 30 or 60 days in the net bed and zipped in because she was just moving all over the place. Her motor skills were not damaged, but the rest of it was. So today she's probably close to 60 and but has the brain of you know, a 2-year-old child. So I'm hoping with these magnetic fields, with this mobile processing, I won't even and I wouldn't even be able to take her out of the facility she's in and of course bring her to Linz. But now with the mobile sort of diagnosis and processing, I believe this can be done quite successfully for many, many, many conditions. Let's check back in with Alex and see if perhaps I can play the disclaimer and you may be ready to proceed.
No, just need about 5 more minutes, Mark, please.
Okay. Well, who would like to add something to the knowledge that we can share today? I think we'll be, Mr. Keshe said, this is these cosmic rays, or building this sort of microplasma reactor was going to be the right of all of us, and that we would be able to build it in our own homes. There'll be no more worry of feeding, wellness, or energy. So there's a lot to come, but I thought, he said, we're going to teach it in the same way we taught you the Magrev. And unfortunately, most of us did not understand the Magrev. We received it, we played with it, we listened to the teachings many times, but he told us we don't understand it. We were going for the crumbs, we were going for the energy. He said, I gave you the cake and you went for the crumbs. And I'm hoping with the new energy blueprint and everyone working on this, that there would be hopefully a very detailed explanation of making these new systems. So we don't try for 5 years and then come back and find out that we didn't understand much of it and nobody did much with it. Yes, you produced a few volts, a few milliamps and so on, but the full understanding of it wasn't really there. Anyone like to make any comments on that? Maybe you were one of the ones that produced a successful, powerful system. And he said it was one of the most widely used devices across the universe, and a very powerful device at that. But we seem to have fallen short, and hopefully this new nano plasma reactor will be something that we can build, and maybe that was just leading up to some practice for us on building things and constructing certain devices. He did say, if you build it correctly, you will be able to feed yourself, you'll be able to transmute, you'll be able to generate energy. But again, that little caveat, if you build it correctly. So hopefully, as Ed said earlier, we're not looking at what we can't achieve, we're looking at what we can achieve. And he seems to indicate it's the right of every man to have these systems. So maybe we'll be producing them once we understand it. I know the full knowledge, he said it would take more people that are on this planet to unravel the full knowledge, he said. But if we start working together and the nations start collaborating together, he said there's not enough of us on this planet to unravel this knowledge. But if we started working together and the nations, the government started working together, that we would receive some help from the universal community. I don't know if that's still in play. That was back in 2015. And as we see, sometimes things take twists and turns the same way the plasma does in the universe. It just doesn't always go in a straight line, but it's bumping, it's interacting, it's looking for things to interact with. So there's all kinds of interactions, let's say, going on in the universe. All right, Alex, we're just checking in. Did someone want to say something? I think Diane did. Oh, by the way, I just thought of something that we said that we'd like to sponsor someone to go to Linz. And it doesn't have to be from the United States. We're just going to send the funds to Austria and let them pick it. So far, 2 people have come forward to say they'd like to participate in this. I'm going to put my Telegram name in the chat here. So I think it's, again, I think it's at MCANDERMA. And if anyone would like to help sponsor someone, as Mr. Keshe said, and we're creating a short video, well, it's actually a longer video, in the USKF TV about the need of at least, I think it's 200 more satellites, 50 more mobiles, and at least a dozen people. And I know there's a Christmas package being put together, but he said, please don't wait for Christmas. He said, we need this testing now, and if we don't get the people in, everything seems to come to a halt. Go ahead, Diane, sorry.
Hi, Mark. Oh, I already
Yes.
sent the foundation some money because I didn't think
Very
anything was
good.
going to happen. So I don't know what will happen with that money, but I sent
Good.
the foundation.
I don't think they lose a penny. I know even a cup of
I know.
coffee is accounted for, although we did lose a few million, I think, in this last go around with whoever they were interacting with. I guess Mr. Keshe said that we didn't think we were defrauded, but apparently in this workshop, he's saying, yeah, we did lose quite a bit of funds on this venture, and that was to speed up the technology getting released. So whatever happened there, I don't know all of the details, but the people they were working with almost guaranteed them that they'd be able to bring this out. But after a year of negotiations and interactions, Mr. Keshe said, we've made up our mind, we have to walk away from this and just take our lumps, so to speak. Mr. Keshe had always said in the past, when someone stole from him or defrauded him, he just moved on. He indicated, he said, if, he lost $1 million or whatever, $100,000, he'd go out and make 5 times that much and just replace it and move on. So whatever happened in these negotiations, and unfortunately, when you do steal this way, if it was stealing or it was defrauding, normally you'll have to make recompense 9 times, I believe it is, the amount that was stolen. And again, it's not always money. It could be your health. It could be the health of your children. It could be your business failure. It could be someone down the line, a 3rd or 4th generation from today, where those fields would have to balance, as Mr. Keshe said, at some point, for wrongdoings or misbehaviors, the fields have to balance. I guess this is the working of the universe.
Mark, am I allowed to, like, I have the Kindle book, which I can't read because of the lighting and stuff, but I tried again last night a little bit. Can I read something from the Keshe's book?
Yes, I don't think there's a problem with reading. And of course, there's 3 books that Mr. Keshe has released, and there's probably 8 or 9 of them that will get released somewhere along the way.
Oh, yeah,
So,
gotta get.
yes, is it something that touched you? Maybe you can tell us before you read it, what touched you maybe about this certain passage or this certain area? Did it answer a
There's hope
question?
for all of us.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just read it. It's on page 16 from the first book.
Okay, so this is book 1. Read slowly, because some of this can be a little bit hard to understand.
Yeah, it's full of information. Okay, I'll try. In the new state-of-the-art technology reactors, after achieving the desired goals from the system then the system parameters can be changed so that the system can allow the same separated parts of plasmas, matters, maths to return to their original properties and regroup as the original plasmas. Okay, that's it. Well, that's paragraph. I guess, I don't know.
Do you want to read that one more time for us, a little slower? Let's see.
I'll try.
And again, I've worked through the books a couple of times now, and every time you read it, as your knowledge grows, the understanding you can absorb from the book also grows, or the papers, or the workshops, as Mr. Keshe has indicated, the patents as well.
There's layers and layers of information. Okay, in the new state-of-the-art technology reactors, after achieving the desired goals from the system, then the system parameters can be changed so that the system can allow the same separated parts of plasmas, matters, maths to return to their original properties and regroup as the original plasma. What I think my understanding of that was like all the mucking that we did with physicality, with chemicals and stuff. That's going to be all cleared up. Whatever we messed up, it's going to be cleared up.
I agree. I thought a very similar thing. I was thinking of when Mr. Keshe says he changes reactors and he does different things within there, and they put different reactors, they swap things out, and there's a lot of testing that is not really, any of it is really explained to us about what's going on in the background. But yes, it seems like to bring that person back into that balance as in the womb of the mother, Diane.
Well, yeah, like from all these ages, like thousands of years, with and whatever started that went wrong, like that's going to be all cleared up. So thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, going back into, because we have all the souls in us that from the grandparents, the great-grandparents, the great-great-great, and so on and so forth. So there's probably a lot of reasons why we're not fully balanced yet, but maybe it can touch the other souls that have made our conglomeration in a way, as well as our own soul, of course. We have to take responsibility for what we do, what we say, and what we think. And maybe it'll move us into that thinking good, speaking good, and doing good as much as possible. I think this provides a beautiful shielding as well for your physicality, or for your emotions, in a way where you don't think bad thoughts or hateful thoughts about someone else, even though they may have messed you up, let's say. And you don't speak evil of them or speak bad of them or wish bad things to happen, because a lot of times that can come right back on you. And then, of course, doing the right things or doing good things. And nobody here is an angel, as we all know. This is why we're being processed and learning all this. So, but we can continue to elevate to that point of interacting with the rays of the Creator, which are what these cosmic rays are. And now the Foundation can mimic them, can replicate them. Can we say copy them? Can we say reproduce them? As I say, the universe definitely reproduces its own processes. And this is what Mr. Keshe was saying about these micro nanoplasmas reactors. All we're doing is copying a small fraction of the process of creation in the universe. So this is just a very small fraction, even though to us it's the greatest thing ever. He said this is just a small replicating, copying a small fraction of the processes of creation in the universe. And that's why we're being taught universal knowledge is to replicate it. I would think. It's not to take that knowledge and say, oh, I can't copy that because we're not supposed to copy anything. This is the whole understanding. to replicate the processes of the universe. Yes, blind copying is not sought after, but this is what Mr. Keshe says they're doing in Linz. They're replicating the processes of creation in the universe. So is that copying? And again, you can never copy everything exactly, because your touch and my touch and the way I wind a coil and you wind is always going to be different. So there's no reactor that can be copied 100% of the time, I would say. Now, maybe these new systems need to be able to reproduce these rays to not come off track, let's say, or put you in the wrong universe or without one leg and two on the other side. So, but we're learning more. But to me, copying, and you just start with the creator. The creator said, I made the man in the image of myself. Is that a replication, a copy, a mimicking? Yes, we're a smaller part of the creation, but we've been replicated, as I see it. Now, again, everyone can take their own understanding and do what they'd like with it. Anyone want to add anything? Let's check in with Alex if he's arrived in the station yet.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Anyone else want to add anything else? I don't think there's anyone here new for the first time. It looks like everyone is a knowledge seeker, has been around the foundation for a while from all different parts of the world. So we thank Romania, we thank Canada, we thank Brazil, and so on and so forth. And all the others that I may not have mentioned. South Africa is in there as well. Switzerland, thank you. Argentina, of course. Brazil, we mentioned. Romania, yes. So thank you all for being part of this. And I think we're going to go into the part where Alex will bring us a sharing, a teaching of his understanding. And I know, Alex, I sent you something on this plasma loop and infinity loop. I don't know if you want to get into that or not, but that was just something I thought you may want to open up in a small way if you had time. But shall I play the disclaimer at this point, Alex?
So where did you send that?
I sent it in the Zoom.
Oh, today?
No, yesterday or Friday.
Okay.
You may not have seen it. No problem. I thought maybe.
I apologize. I haven't seen it.
No problem.
But I know where to look for it.
Okay,
and so,
great.
yes, please go ahead with the disclaimer, and I'll try and do a good job today.
Thank you. You always do. I'm just going to bring that down here. Oops, here we have to back this up.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And as Diane read from book one, I think Mr. Keshe fully knows what was to come when he wrote book number one, let's say. So we're very privileged and humbled and blessed to be here, that we've been touched by this knowledge, and we're hungry to absorb more of it. And I think Alex's teaching are helping us to do that. So we want to bring in Alex now from Canada and give him a loud round of applause through our souls. You may not hear anything, but I think he'll feel something. Our appreciation for him consistently being here and delivering a teaching and understanding, even if we only take a small part of what we can understand from it, it all adds to the knowledge, and this knowledge is endless. I'm sure Alex can confirm that. So welcome, Alex. Would you like to take the screen? There we go. There it is, a beautiful purple flower.
And good day to you. And I'm having some technical issues. Just 1 moment, please.
Yeah, no, when nobody's on the spot here, we're all very patient. And if we have glitches, which we do from time to time, we just work through them. We work with what we have.
Please advise if audio and video is okay.
Check, check.
Okay, just 1 moment. I just have to do the other system. 1 moment, please.
Yeah. So perhaps the Christmas time is going to be a time for moving knowledge seekers around the planet. Perhaps a couple of them or more of them. Mr. Keshe said we've done this in the past, and that may be something that's going to be on the card coming up in the next, gosh, it's almost the end of November already. So 2022 has moved on. I know he indicated by the end of 2022, we would not remember all the bad things that happened in 2021. And it certainly looks like we're moving, especially with this mobile processing. It's just unbelievable that they can touch things that man has only had a very small fraction of success with, and some no success at all. They may tell you to try this pill or that pill, but it's mostly trial and error. They have really no concept of the construction and where the problem or the diagnosis is. As Mr. Keshe said, we're not going to rely on the diagnosis of man. Alex, are we back up to 100%?
You know what? I just can't believe it. I installed a new system last week and it is working.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it just disappeared from the system.
I'm in shock. After 6 weeks of grief.
It is a nice thing when everything goes smoothly, isn't it?
Oh, is it ever? Is it ever? And, you know, after yesterday's massive snowstorm here, you can't believe it. The streets are plowed and the sun is shining. And my sunroom is very sunny. And the temperature there is way above room temperature, so the plants are loving it. And so I want to thank everybody for being patient with me and allowing us to make this presentation today. And
you got a foot of snow, Alex. To Canadians, that's like getting an inch, isn't it? I mean, for us Americans.
No, it's for you guys in Atlanta.
Uh-huh.
I was in Atlanta when the snow started to fall, and I had to get out of Atlanta real quick. It was dangerous. You guys don't know how to drive in snow. Anyway,
thank you.
We're not much better. The police just told me that over the weekend they've fined 36 people for drinking and driving, and the fines here are just unbelievable. And so to be caught drinking and driving is unbelievable. I mean, it affects your livelihood. And don't we have enough pressure on our livelihood as it is without being delinquents ourselves? But this is what we want to talk about. So I want to welcome everybody here to the Keshe Foundation. We're learning about Marin Tavakkoli Keshe's technology that he's brought forward. And you're spending valuable time today with us. And I just want to say that I appreciate that for those who've been here today and also for those who will be here in the future, because this is the future. And as such, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're at the intermediate Earth space level. We're going to discuss the speed of rotation today. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is November the 20th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And as we started back over 2 years ago, we've passed our second anniversary here with these public classes. And we have broken it down into basic, intermediate, and advanced. But please understand that all of this is really, really basic as we're trying to keep up with Mr. Keshe and the advancing technology. And we see that there's a tremendous urgency that is going on this planet because there's way too much suffering. And we have all seen now that not only is it needless, but it's pointless. And so the speed of rotation is accelerating. And so that's what we want to talk about today. And we'll see how does that fit, you know, with everything that we talked about, because we have talked about rotation in the past, but I want to focus on the spinning aspect, because we're all looking for that piece of that spinning pie in the sky. And this is our path to search for outer space. And that is the culmination that has started with the 3 books, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters, which brings all the matters together. And so we say that's the source, but really, our soul is the source. And that goes back to the origin of the universe. So somehow between the source of this matter state and the source of the universe is a link. And so that is the structure of light. And our understanding of the structure of light puts a limit on our knowledge. And so many times we can't see all the things that we want to see. And so this pie in the sky is kind of a phantom pie, isn't it? You know, we only dream about it, and we haven't fully explained our dreams either. But as we know, a phantom is something that is apparent to the senses, but with no substantial existence. And we've come to the point where some people don't even want to acknowledge their senses. And this is a problem. It's a problem for them, actually. So we do know that we can send satellites into the sky and that they orbit the Earth, but we can't see the path that they follow. And then we can take these satellites and become spaceships, and we can't see the path that they follow. And then we can also dream as satellites, and we can't see the path that we follow. And so the question then becomes, which dimension is the reality dimension? Because clearly we have a physical dimension, but it doesn't satisfactorily explain other things. So are those other things the reality dimension? And so one of the factors in this whole process is that there is a rotation. And we know that because the sun comes up every day, and it's sun rises and sun sets, and then we have a moonrise and a moon set, and we see the zodiac moving in the sky. And you know, we have to wonder about the direction of rotation sometimes, and we're going to discuss more of that later. But this week we're just going to talk about the speed, because the speed has a serious effect. And so if we were to rotate with the planet, we would be kind of busy. but we have this sentimental attraction to this particular pie in the sky, which we call Earth. And we can't see the track that the Earth follows, but what we do know is that it is between Venus and between Mars. So somewhere in between, we have our own flat plane that we rotate on. And all the other planets are doing the same thing. So this is the characteristic of all planets, that they all have some kind of rotation as a sphere, but they rotate on a plane around the sun. So we've concluded in a previous episode that the real reality dimension that we're seeking, which is outer space, of course, that outer space is not a place, but it's a method of energy transfer. And so we keep going back to the same thing. Energy transfer is representative of energy in motion. And so last week we talked about transition energy through the poles. And we see that poles are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. But today we're going to talk about the energy transmission that follows the surface of the Earth. And so the surface of the Earth rotates around the polar axis, and that rotation facilitates transmission. So we see that we talked about the compass settings. So we have a North Pole, and that is the main rotating axis. But we also have a magnetic pole. And physically, we don't rotate around that one. But what we do is we do have a wobble. And the North Pole doesn't necessarily wobble. The magnetic pole does wobble. But what is important is this gap in between, because this gap is changeable. And the changeability of this gap is actually affected by the speed of rotation. And the significance of the rotation you see, because in this picture, the gap is, let's say, in the North Pole on one side. And we see that as the rotation of the Earth rotates around the North Pole axis, that the magnetical pole will also rotate. And so this contributes more to the wobble. And we asked last week, is the pole wobble the heartbeat? And it probably is. But the Earth's rotation rotates around the North Pole axis and takes the magnetic pole along with it. So does the speed of rotation make a difference? Or does the speed of rotation contribute to the wobble? So when we're looking at the rotation of the field, we're talking about the y-axis. That's the North Pole. And when we're talking about the transmission, we're talking about the x-axis. And so these are two different planes in two different directions. And so what we're saying is that the Earth's rotation affects the relationship of these poles. So if the magnetic pole is not aligned with the North Pole, then we now have a double gap. Depending on the point of rotation, there might be a gap on one side, and then later on there'll be a gap on the other side. And of course, this happens every single day. And then this whole picture then also rotates around the sun. So we're just going to talk about Earth's rotation right now. I would like to introduce briefly a topic about Eric Laithwaite. He was a British electrical engineer, and he was a professor at Imperial College, and of course he was British. And he was known as the father of the maglev. Also, he developed linear induction motors and the maglev rail system. And he was invited one day to speak at the Royal Institute in 1974, which is an extremely prestigious engineering fraternity. And that ended his career because right after that speech, he was discredited, his speech was disavowed, and the technology was buried following his speech. And so it's interesting to look at this history because history tends to repeat itself, but there's a classic difference between what happened in 1974 and what is happening today. You see, the problem with Mr. Lathwaite was that he was British. Had he been American, as you know, in Missouri, seeing is believing. And so that's the problem. This engineering fraternity in England saw his physical demonstrations and they didn't believe it. Or maybe they refused to believe it. So if you don't believe what you see in physicality, I think we can understand some of the problems we have with the plasma science because it's non-visible, non-tangible. However, it is far more powerful, and this is something that we as knowledge seekers have to convey to the new knowledge seekers. And when we define plasma, we have to understand that there are different kinds of energy states, and the plasma state is a very high energy state, but it is not only in one single energy state. There are many other energy states, but for simplicity purposes, we've broken them down into matter state of physicality, nano state of physicality, GAN state of physicality, and plasma states could be plasmatic, could be physical. So all of this is part of, depending on our point of view and contributing to our understanding of our Earth space. It is enhancing our understanding of Earth space that allows us to find our inner space, because this is important. This is the key to the gateway to outer space. And if it's not important, then nothing is important. So to review some plasma rules, it's important to restate this because energy states increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. So the change of the state is extremely significant. It isn't one step, it's 10 steps at a time. And the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. That's a very important rule, quite different from the way we do things in the physical matter state. And these energy states can manifest. And so they either manifest through natural creation or natural decay, which means it's either increasing or decreasing. But if it maintains its non-consuming persona, then that energy transfer is catalytic. And the best example of that is our friend the sun. It comes up every day and gives us energy unconditionally, and then leaves and allows us to consume that energy, and then comes back the next day and does the same thing all over again. And we don't have to pay for it, and we don't have to be terrorized, wondering if it's going to show up. And some of us at one time would sit and wait for the sun to come up and cheer because the sun came up, but it is reliable. And as I mentioned, the two most important things about scientific discovery is reliability and consistency. And the Keshe Foundation has been very, very consistent. And so we see that these transfer rates are also higher in the higher plasma states. And what's important about that is that the transfer rates are done also by many orders of magnitude in these higher plasma states. So the efficiency increases. The characteristics of plasma are that it absorbs fields, or is a barrier of fields. So in other words, the plasma is making some choices. And the criteria for making those choices is literally bound to the ethos of the universe. But in our physicality, we like to, shall we say, make new rules. And so why I'm discussing the speed of rotation today is because energy can only be held in the field. So that energy cannot change its speed and cannot be stopped. So in order to catch that energy, we have to put it somewhere where it can keep going. And so we can put that energy in a field. And that field manifests from rotation. And the speed of rotation affects the field strength. And so this becomes the important factor. What is the field strength? Because we want to know about the higher energy state and the lower energy state. And what constitutes a higher energy state is that it has a higher field strength. So the higher field strength is accommodated for by the field relations. So different fields rotate at different speeds. In fact, they even rotate in different directions. And this affects the field strength. And we don't have to go step by step. The energy state changes can transcend multiple energy states. So you want to leap up 2 steps or 3 steps or 10 steps, you can do so. But you have to ramp up your field strength in order to be able to do that. And so now we understand when we say the creation of the universe is from energy. It exists from energy. And that energy is always in motion. And so the way it moves is called a charge in motion. But if it's going to move, it has to move somewhere. So it has to have a relationship. And that's why all things are in combination. We didn't say how many things in combination. And we didn't say what field strength. What we are saying is that combinations of plasma fields and combination of plasma fields and physical manifestation fields are also working in combination. And this is a dynamic process. And we are dynamic people. We have our own space. And we have our own fields. And we have our own energy fields. And so these fields are rotating within us. But we don't feel that rotation. All we're seeing is the manifestation in our physicality. And we have to understand that the manifestation of our physicality is dependent on the manifestation of the environment. And so our environment is Earth space. And it's the Earth space that does the rotating. If we were doing the rotating, we'd get very dizzy. And we don't feel dizzy on the Earth space. We're a part of that Earth space. But that rotation creates a gravitational effect. And this is a good thing because that allows us to ride the Earth space and stay on it and rotate with it. And this field of Earth space extends right up into moon space because moon space does the same thing. It rotates along with the Earth. And it rotates on its own orbit. And you say, well, you know, the moon comes up at night and goes away in the morning, and the sun comes up in the morning and goes away at night. So the Earth was originally deemed to be the center of the universe because we couldn't differentiate between the quality of the rotation of the moon space around the Earth space and the quality of the Earth space rotating around the sun space. All we have seen is that the moon and the sun are rotating one way and the Earth space is rotating the other way, and we couldn't decide which one was rotating. But now we know. The Earth space is doing the rotating around the sun, and the moon space is doing the rotating around the Earth, and the man space is happily going along for the ride. So now we get to the fundamental principle of the twinity here, because we have two fields, and they have a relationship. But that relationship manifests itself as a single atom. So the atom is a combination of the proton and the electron. And so the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron is actually dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma. So the large twin plasma of the proton is a higher field strength than that of the electron. And this creates a balanced condition. Well, how is that possible? The proton is 1,849 times larger than the electron. And if you were sitting on a teeter-totter with someone who was 1,849 times heavier than you, well, you would not enjoy the game. You'd be hanging in the air. And so this is what the problem is. You see, we can't see these fields. And unlike Eric Lathway, he could see the manifestation of these fields, and he tried to show that. And the engineers saw that, but they didn't believe it. Well, we got a real problem here because we're now releasing energy in the transformation from the neutron to the atom, which we are saying here in this case is a proton-electron combination. And the difference is the release of PM ticks, which we can't see them either. So we actually now have in this picture 4 rotating fields. And clearly these fields are not at the same size. And if they're not at the same size, does that mean they're not of the same field strength? Or does it mean that there's other criteria, a common denominator, a connection? And in the plasma science, you only have to have a part of that connection, because all things working in combination, you see. What you are is part of your emission. And what you're creating is part of your absorption. And what you're transmitting is what you create from those two fields: an emission field, an absorption field, and the PM ticks field, the field of creation. And so there are references. And we didn't say if these references are plasmatic or physical. The rules are the same, except for one small little detail, and that's field strength. The physical is the lowest energy state, and for too many of us, that's all we see. So what we see is the physicality spectrum, and what we don't see is the plasmatic spectrum that supports this physicality spectrum. And what we also don't see is the connection between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. That's the reality dimension, that connection. And it doesn't just connect the plasmatic to the physicality, but it connects the earth to the sun and us to the earth. And us to the environment and all the inhabitants of the environment. And this is all done from energy in motion. And this energy in motion has to come in packets of energy, which you can't grab onto. And they're coming throughout the entire universe. And they transcend the various reality dimensions. And which reality dimension are we talking about? The one where you are. That's your reality dimension. You are where you are. And we're on Earth. And all of us have come here. And we've come from different places. And we've come into the atmosphere and brought our variety. But we all came here with the same energy. The dream energy of the spirit manifesting the default soul energy of our existence. And it all follows the same rules. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so these are the basic magnetical principles of attraction and repulsion. And we've all seen magnets, and Eric Lathwaite demonstrated magnets and the attraction and repulsion, and was rejected. In other words, he was repulsed because what he was talking about was not attractive. So what we had seen in that presentation in 1974 was clearly a magnetical repulsion and no gravitational interaction at all. And it's too bad for humanity. It set us back 50 years. And so that's the feedback. So it's entirely possible to get a completely magnetical reaction. It's possible to get a completely gravitational reaction. But for the majority of cases, it's a combination of the two. And when the two are in balance, then that's a maggrav. So when we have a maggrav, that's the coming together of all of these energy parceling units into this plasmagen conversions, and it converts to a plasma maggrav or a physical maggrav. So the plasma maggrav consists of the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter. And that now represents one field. And that field rotates. It has to rotate because the antimatter is far stronger than the dark matter, and the dark matter is far stronger than the matter. And so the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. But here you have a convergence of three different energy states in one energy state. And so the feedback of that energy state becomes this plasmagen state, but that's on its own. It needs to have a relationship, and that field is rotating, and we don't know how fast it's rotating. We can only interact with our environment. It's only then that we can see what the feedback is. And that interaction is called inertia. That's the field interaction. So we understand that we came to Earth, right? We didn't come to Mars. And so the field interaction of inertia is between our MAGRAV field, which is man space, and Earth's MAGRAV field, which is Earth space. So we have an ability to manipulate these field strengths. So obviously we need to be able to turn it on and turn it off. And obviously we need to be able to increase or decrease. And then it changes our position. And so we can either enhance our position or diminish our position. But it's not to say, when we say diminish our position, to be weaker or submissive. It's a different position. So it's a relative field strength. So you can be the stronger field strength, or you can be the weaker field strength. And so what does that differentiate? That differentiates between the giving and taking. But what we have to understand is that this giving and taking creates the MAGRAV condition. And that becomes a balanced condition, as we've said, and it's non-visible. So what is the difference? And that's a good question. The difference is whether it's magnetical or gravitational. And the only way that you can know that is by interacting with another field. So our self-enhancement is interacting with the universal energy. And so the universal energy is stronger. So our self-enhancement is harvesting from the universe. The loosh harvesting, which is man's way of harvesting on this planet, is harvesting from the weakest. It's stealing from others. And because it's such a weak energy, it's inadequate. The field strength is inadequate. And so to supplement it and maintain that energy, this loosh harvesting leads to self-consumption. So what are we doing? Well, what we're doing is the same thing we've been doing for the last 12,000 years. We're bringing things together and we're looking at them, and we don't know what we see. We don't know if it's a flash, a glow, or a glitter. All we care about is if it's profitable. And so with the profitability is what we account for, and everything else we discount as if it doesn't matter. But of course it matters, because whatever you're accounting for is a byproduct of what you've been discounting. And so when we look at our biosphere dimension and we say, well, within this dimension, we have done something incredible. We have created some ganses, like zinc GANs and CO2 GANs. But we put that in a glass bottle, which is very physical, and the GANs is in there, and there's a hole in the GANs. And that GANs didn't disappear, it was displaced to the side because of the field rotation. And so we can't see what caused the hole in the center, but we can see that it's round. And we can see that this is a byproduct of the feeding system, which means the feedback is a rotating field and is a byproduct of the feeding system. And you need to see that. You need to see that. And the proof of concept is to work with that, not to ignore it, not to dismiss it. And so when we got the cups of life, it became a matter of life and death. And we were able to create ganses inside the cups. And these ganses affected our life. And we produced GANs from thin air. We produce CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc GANs, copper GANs, amino acid GANs, and water GANs. The water in the cup of life is not the same water that you get out of your tap. It's a plasmatic water. And you say, well, the water that I get out of my tap is a byproduct of the interaction with the earth. And so we had the cup of inertia to help us interact with the earth. And then, of course, the cup of earth represented the earth's fields. And all of these fields had the same thing. They had a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and they all have a soul. And collectively together, all of them have a soul. So in other words, individually, they have all three field strengths, and collectively, they have all three field strengths. And so this cup of soul, which represents the cup of soul of man, the emotion of man, and the physicality of man, interacts with the earth space, and that interaction is another field, the inertia field. And so that inertia field is the byproduct of our interaction with this environment. And so we are part of the feeding system of the planet. And the planet is rotating. And we're along for the ride. How cool is that? So when we talked about last week, the polar energy, that was reflective of the emission and absorption spectrum. But this week we're talking about the rotation energy, and the rotation energy affects the speed and the strength of the field. And it is part of the transmission spectrum, whereas the polar energy is part of the transition spectrum. And so both of them work together, and there's the relationship. There's the relationship. So you look at the electron component, and you see that it's magnetical, and it has poles, and it has rotation. And the electron component is an amalgamation of the three different fields of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. And this is also representative of the PM ticks. But the electron is also a component in the atom, along with the proton. And so we say that the electron has a rotating field. The proton also has a rotating field. But because the two are working together, they have to rotate in combination. And I've made a mistake. One moment, please. Let me correct that mistake. I guess you'll see the mistake. So,
Is that the rotation?
yes, sir. Oh, well, just a moment. We're doing some pole flipping here. Okay. If they're rotating in opposite directions, then you have compatibility. If they're operating in opposite directions, then you have friction. Well, wait a second here. Just a moment. The Earth has hemispheric rotation. And the rule of thumb is, if you're standing on the pole and looking down at the Earth, you take your left hand and sweep it across your body and pull it back to the left. That represents a counterclockwise rotation. But if you look all the way through to the southern hemisphere, you'll find that it goes in the opposite direction. So we discussed this in the past. But because this is an earthbound field strength, these are two fields that are working together. So really, if you go on the South Pole and you do the same thing and you look down at the South Pole, you will see that it also rotates in a counterclockwise direction. So we have an anomaly. The two hemispheres are rotating in opposite directions, and there's, should be some kind of friction, but the Earth is rotating in one direction, and it's both north and south hemispheres are rotating in the same direction. So we see that the Earth space rotation is a physical manifestation of the interaction of these fields. So the interaction of these fields is, of course, it's the inertia, isn't it? The Earth space rotation is a manifestation of the inertia field, which is a combination of the hemispheric rotating fields. There we go. And so we see that all things work in combination, but not only. The energy in motion is also going on a two-way street. And so that's why the two poles are going in opposite directions, you see. And so the thing is that the North Pole is considered the emission pole. So what that means is the North Pole is slightly stronger than the South Pole, because the South Pole is considered the absorption pole. But when we look at the principal interaction, we see that the South Pole also has an emission, and the North Pole also has an absorption. So this two-way street is the Maggrav condition. The additional energy, which defines whether it's magnetical or gravitational, is the residue. And so the residue of the Earth is that the North Pole is the emission pole. And what is complementing that is a similar structure from another atom. And when you have two atoms that have a common denominator, then you have an interaction. So the Earth space has a common denominator with the rest of the universe. And so this is the binding of energy into this Maggrav condition we call Earth space, and the manifestation of the physicality of Earth space. And so the energy is being absorbed, it is being attracted. And we call this the binding energy paths. And they don't just come in on the gravitational pole, but they come in through the various points dependent on the field rotation. And so this field rotation has a speed, and so it has a field strength, and it is that field strength which is attracting other energies. And what are those other energies? Well, of course, they're the PM ticks, aren't they? And so to attract more PM ticks, to attract more PM ticks and to increase field strength, we have to emit, to make room for, to accommodate. And so in that process, we are now elevating energy because we're giving. We haven't decided who we're giving to, we're just saying that we're giving. So it's up to the receiver to decide whether they absorb or they create a barrier of these plasma fields. But as we emit, then we're able to absorb more. And so this is an ongoing process, and it has to be that because energy is always in motion. We can't stop it, so it has to keep rotating. And if we didn't emit anything, then we would just get bigger and bigger and bigger. But what happens, two things happen. One is that the rotation becomes more stable, becomes stronger. And the creation continues. If we didn't emit, then the field itself would get bigger. And so that would require more energy to maintain it. What determines the field strength? So the speed of rotation determines the field strength, but the position of that field is not an island. If you remember, it's between Venus and Mars, and it has a direct relationship with the sun in the solar system. But not only, and we'll talk about that more at another time, because we have a soul spectrum that is a combination of the dilution of all the plasma fields. And it is from that soul spectrum that is attracting the absorption. And as such, we are emitting that soul spectrum. And so that becomes our radiance. But that radiance is actually a feeding energy. And it's a feeding radiance energy of the plasmatic manifestation that has created our dynamic plasma field. And so there has to be a relationship because we have to have a feedback. So we have a horizontal transmission, vertical transition, horizontal transmission. And that horizontal transmission goes around. There's a rotating field. And so we have a North Pole, northern hemisphere that's rotating in one direction and a southern hemisphere rotating in another direction. But the two of them work together in a horizontal transmission, which allows us to further manifest into physicality. And it would be quite something if both of these hemispheres would manifest into the physicality, because there'd be a whole lot of grinding going on at the equator. And we already have enough conflict on this planet. We need to eliminate conflict. And so we need to understand that the two hemispheres are working together with the two poles that we have and creating a condition where all of these are working together in combination, and they manifest themselves into a physicality. A choice was made to manifest it into a physicality. And so if it had been totally symmetrical, then it would have been a maggrav and have been non-visible, non-tangible, completely, and in fact stationary. But then life doesn't work like that. That life is constantly in motion, so the maggrav is constantly rotating, and as such, it is moving, and as such, it is repositioning, and as such, things change. Things change. And so the question is not just what causes the change, but can we predetermine the change? So we know for a fact, 100% clear, that we can manifest a change in our physicality. Science has proven that. But what science can't get its head around is things that it can't prove. And if it can't see it, by definition, it can't prove it. So the scientific community has a real bind. And the spiritual community fills that gap. But the spiritual community totally ignores the science. And so there's a merit to the spiritual community and there's a merit to the scientific community. And when we put the two together, we find that this manifests into the plasma science and it affects the change. it affects the knowledge. And then the question then becomes, is at what rate do we change this? And so if we can get the speed of rotation at a higher level, this would allow us to fulfill our choices. We made choices when we got here because it didn't happen by accident. There was a principal interaction with all of these fields. And so the emission from the North Pole is absorbed in the South Pole and vice versa. And all that we can account for is this residue. We discount for the two-way street. And that's fine, because what we're looking for is the transmission between the two fields. The transmission between the two fields is part of the connection. So the transition of energy states affects the field strength and affects the speed of rotation. And the transmission and the clarity of the transmission is determined by the speed of rotation. And so those are the two factors that we're looking at, the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance. And so when we look at two fields, the transmission of energy between those two fields is a reality dimension, because that's what we are emitting. And if there's an agreement, that's what they are absorbing. And so that becomes the significance, the significant dimension. And the significant dimension is the reality dimension. And if we're traveling through outer space, we need to travel through this significant dimension. So the part that we're not talking about is the soul, because the soul of the man is the essential you. And that is the interaction between the plasma state and the matter state. It is also the interaction between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. It's the soul of the body that's a surrogate you. That represents the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environment state. So both are interacting with the physicality. It's just that the soul of the body is a surrogate, is an intermediary, a proxy, if you will. But in all cases, there's a manifestation. The plasma feeding is what leads to this manifestation. And so that manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And so that differentiates between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. But there's another reality that we haven't talked about, and that's the emotion of presence. It's a non-visible reality, but it sure does affect the physical reality. And so the emotion of presence also becomes a foreign artifact of energy in motion. And it becomes a foreign artifact at that manifestation point. So if you have an emotional field and a physical field and nothing happens, then you don't have a manifestation point. And that's the difference between the physical state, which you can touch and you can see, and the non-physical state, which you can't touch and you can't see. And the problem for us as humanity is that we have chosen a dominant matter state. And we've chosen the weakest one as our dominant matter state. But the good news is that we have a common denominator to our higher states. And so that's part of the learning, you see. So as man space, we see that we have two souls, two emotions, and two physicalities. And as Earth space, we found two emotions, two physicalities represented by the two poles. And now we see that the inertia, the interaction has two hemispheres. And there's a common denominator, the speed of rotation. Who determined the speed of rotation? So it has to do with the soul of the earth relationships, doesn't it? So when we're looking at the outer space, that has a relationship to the soul of the sun, the soul of the man, the soul of the earth. And then the inner space has to do with the soul of the body. So we have a body, the earth has a body. So the soul of the earth body and the soul of the body operate the same way. And then the earth space, which is the physicality of the earth body. And so the physicality of the earth body responds to the emotional and physical fields to manifest the physicality of the body, and you choose which body you want to manifest. And we'll talk about that more next week. So fundamentally, there's a soul sequencing. And so to understand this sequencing explains a lot, because two fields manifest into one field. So the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun is what attracted the soul of the earth, right? And so we got our little pie in the sky there. And so once we had that soul of the earth, then we can attract the soul of the earth body. And so when we got that, then we could manifest that into the physicality. And that became our destination, our default pathway manifestation to come to earth and enjoy heaven on earth. And then we find, well, there are some kind of limitations on this earth, and we find that they are made by man. And so we can summarize it this way. We can summarize conventional physics as being electricity, and man-made physics at the limits of the speed of light as nuclear science. Transcending the speed of light is the plasma science. And as such, it involves another energy, the ethos of the universe. It is this energy which drives the living life force on this planet, the living life force within us, and the living life force of the universe. And that involves morality, compassion, and courage to create and be part of creation. And so we have to transcend these limits. And so these limits are limited by the speed. So we see that we have an Earth light, and we can see Mars, and we can see other planets. And because we can see them, they all operate at the same speed. They're all operating within the physical speed of light. And so what we're talking about is heaven transcendence. And so we have to go at a higher speed. And so if even one field increases its speed of rotation, we find the elevation. And so that elevation is the defining point between materialization and dematerialization. So the materialization becomes the manifestation point of the physicality. But the manifestation point can be at any energy level. And this is why there are different reality dimensions. Before we go, I want to bring up a very important point with respect to the wind patterns around the world. And so we know that if we take the point at the equator and we say that that is 0 degrees, and we go up to the North Pole, that would be 90 degrees. And if we go from the North Pole to the other side of the equator, that's 180 degrees. And down to the South Pole is 270 degrees. And then we come back around and it's 360 degrees. But 360 degrees and 0 degrees is the same point, but not really. You see, the Earth is rotating. And so this measurement of going, in 90-degree increments doesn't just go with what we just described as the latitude, which goes from 0 to 30 to 60 to 90 degrees, but it also involves the longitude, which is the rotation, and it goes from east to west. And so these two fields are interacting. And so what we find is this anomaly where we have wind patterns at the polar sides. We call them the polar easterlies. So in other words, the wind pattern is coming from the east. And at the equator, we have the trade winds. And so they're also easterlies. And one's a northern easterly because of the northern hemisphere, and one's a southern easterly because it's part of the southern hemisphere. So they're actually flowing in the same direction, but coming from a different hemisphere and meeting in the center at the equator. And then in between, we have the westerlies, which are exactly 180 degrees in the opposite direction. And so these are the main wind patterns. And so we had trouble, coming to grips with the northern and southern hemispheres rotating in opposite directions. Well, if we were to slice up this pie along the 0 degrees, 30 degrees, and 60-degree levels, we find that the wind patterns are all also going in opposite directions. But the Earth is still rotating from east to west. So the thing that's kind of different here and is a bit of an anomaly is that when we measure speed, the formula is speed equals distance times time. Well, the distance at 60 degrees north is shorter than the distance at 30 degrees north. But the time of rotation is 1 day in both cases. So the time of rotation at 60 degrees is the same at 30 degrees. But the distance is shorter. The speed of the plasma fields is constant. It is equivalent to the speed of light. So what we're saying is the speed is constant, and doesn't matter where on this planet you are. You could be standing on the North Pole and just rotate in the spot. And you know what? It's going to take 1 day. The same time as it takes at the equator, 1 day. So the time is constant. Well, how can the speed be constant and the time be constant, but the distance be variable? And so this becomes the anomaly, and it's hard to explain in physicality, because if you only consider the rotation of the planet, then you're only accounting for a small portion, which is the rotating feedback of the rotating fields of the plasma feeding. So the equations should actually take into account the energy, because it is the energy manifestation of the inertia, which is a combination of the rotating fields of the northern and southern hemisphere in the plasmatic state. But the plasmatic state is a higher energy than the physical state. So therefore, that energy has to reduce to manifest in the physicality. But if it reduces, how does that affect the rotation? So clearly, if we say at the equator that the distance is the greatest, so we can say that the rotation and the speed of rotation, and we can determine what that is the speed equals the distance around the equator and the time that it took, and the time that it takes is 1 day. And so the speed of the rotation at 30 degrees is the physical distance times the time, which is 1 day, and the difference in that distance is the manifestation of the energy. Or it's the distance, the energy difference between the physical manifestation and the plasmatic manifestation. At 60 degrees, the distance is even shorter than at 30 degrees. And at the North Pole, it's even shorter than at 60 degrees. So this difference in the distance is what causes the spherical nature of the planet. And this difference accounts for the curvature of the planet. And so the energy in this distance accounts for the difference between the easterlies and the westerlies. And then the interaction of the easterlies and the westerlies create the weather patterns on this planet. And obviously, there are different speeds of rotation in all of these fields. So you have high wind, you have low wind, you have trade winds, you have doldrums. So there are differences, and the speed of rotation affects it. And then the speed of rotation also indicates the direction of the feeding. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. If the plasma state was the absolute higher strength and the physical state was the absolute lowest energy state, then there would be no feeding. So what you have to do is take into relationship another field. And this is the two-way street. So two fields make one. And so now there's a lot of excitement because there's another anomaly. We look at the rotation of the orbits around the sun, and all of the planets are kind of orbiting on the same plane. And so this is very exciting for the flat earthers because there's an anomaly here. There's a flat orbit versus a sphere and we can see the spheres. And the spheres of the planet are orbiting on flat planes. So which is it? Is it flat or is it spherical? And so clearly, we can argue however we want and take into account whatever we want, and we can come to whatever conclusion we want. But the fact of the matter is, the sun comes up every day, and the earth goes around the sun. And the earth rotates on its axis, and it takes 1 day for a complete rotation. And the earth orbit around the sun takes 365 of those days, plus a bit. So the speed of rotation increases the field strength, but this speed can be reduced or increased. Unfortunately for us, we don't rotate as a physicality, but the fields within us do. And so depending on whether these fields are working properly affects our health. And so in addition to reducing or increasing these fields, we can create a field. But what we are witnessing is there's also possible to stop the rotation. And that stopping can be quite sudden. And we've seen that with electric motors. You can have this dynamic braking and you just stop on the dime. But, you know, if you drove your car that way, you'd be flying through the windshield every time you step on the brake. So what you're doing is you are stepping on the brakes gently to bring the car to a controlled stop. But if a deer crosses in your path and you're doing 100 kilometers an hour, then we do what you call is hit the binders. The binders is another word for hit the brakes hard. Hit the binders and stop suddenly. And that's what we're doing on this planet. We keep binding. We keep making binding choices at the expense of others and taking the energy from the lowest point. And this field strength is increasing because we are not understanding how the universe works. We don't even want to understand how the universe works. Well, it's a good thing the magnetosphere understands, because the magnetosphere is very gravitational and is at the core of the planet. And inside the magnetosphere is the core where the soul of the earth is. And so every day the sun comes up, and every day the planet is here. And it's because of those two that we are here. And so we see that, and this is not to scale. If we're looking at it from behind the sun, we can see there will be the sun, and then there's the earth, and then there's the moon, and there's us, and maybe some other little spaceships. And then the distance would be Mars. And so each of these represent a field that is rotating around the sun. And so these are all overlapping fields. And we can add fields. We can add ganses. We can add more spaceships. We can add things. We can create ideas. And these all become part of our satellite space or our spaceship space. And one of the spaces that we create is this peace dome. And it's a dynamic soul of the earth body. And we create that and we give it more and more strength. And so as such, it doesn't affect the rotation of the earth on as a planet, but it does affect the field strength of the plasma. So all of us contributing to the peace dome increases the dynamic plasma state of this planet. And the dynamic plasma state of this planet interacts with the soul of the earth. Because that's how this planet got here. And remember, this planet got here before we did. You have to have a target if you're going to shoot at a target. And our target was Earth, and we arrived. And we know that because we're all here. And we're here for a purpose. And that purpose is to bring peace on this planet. And in the plasma, peace is the only way that we can keep that speed of rotation high. Because on this planet, we have a delay in consequences where we can avoid peace and not suffer the penalty immediately. Whereas in outer space, the effect is instantaneous. And so peace is the only way that we can keep the speed of rotation going and overcome man's existential crisis, which is to harvest plasma energy of the plasma universe. Because what we have seen is that in our pursuit of happiness, we have failed. Because we've never launched a rocket into outer space. We've always launched a rocket into physical space, wherever that is. And we've ignored the obvious. And morality is missing. The education is limited. And all we are accounting for is what we can plunder. So the proof of concept is that we were born here. We weren't plundered here. And we were born here using an outer space system. And our souls came into our inner space. And we came to this earth space. And so we had decisions to make. We have choices to make. You know, is this just halfway trip? Or is this the trip? Or is this one purpose? And once we complete this purpose, we have another purpose. Because life has a purpose, and we are inherently peaceful. And that's the only way that we can bridge this physical, plasmatic reality into the reality dimension. Because this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And as we extend to many of the countries around the planet, and they all rotate it the same way, they all take one day to come around, the field strength gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And it's gotten to the point where it's so stronger that we now have excitable visitors who actually want to be tourists in our little place. And tourists like to go to heaven. And that's where we are. And so we now have a new milestone. We are in the post-September 22nd, 2022 era, where we can make choices. And we understand that there is an outer space, that's the transmutation space. And there's an earth space. And the way things are going, it's a very cataclysmic space. Our inner space is seeking a graceful space, the graceful transition into outer space. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're calling all Earth space patriots. The World Peace Treaty is essential. Sign it. Use a pen. Use your heart. Use your soul. And understand that all of these are fields of interest and interacting fields, and they overlap. And the Earth has many overlapping fields. And this is all representative of life with freedom from boundaries. And the speed of rotation increases our understanding of the purpose of creation. So on an earthbound transformation, we're looking for physical and emotional uplifting and create the atmosphere that is necessary for the transmutation of the energy from that transparency point to that manifestation point. And as we see the Earth space trying to heal itself with these volcanoes, which are part of the healing process, the energy is connected to the nebulous points of the universal inner space of freedom. Our soul of the Earth feels the polar shift in man's morality, and the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. Thanks again, everybody, for allowing me to present. I hope you enjoy the journey.
Thank you, Alex, for presenting and posing more questions again. A simple plasma joke. What did one plasma say to the other? Can I take you out for a spin? We used to use that phraseology years ago with cars. Can I pick you up? Let's go out for a ride, or let's go out for a spin. But most plasmas are already spinning, I would think. But a field, as I understand, doesn't have that ability. It has a directional movement, and so doesn't the plasma. But with the plasma, it has that addition of a rotational factor as well as a directional factor. Does that make sense, Alex?
The rotational factor is mandatory because you can't have a field without energy. And to capture that energy, because you can't stop it, we think we can stop it. We fool ourselves in saying that we can stop it, but we can't stop it. And so we've noticed that with the, flight simulations where the plasma field actually stops. And the reason it stops is because it's engaging a different set of rules that affect the speed of rotation. And that is the morality. So the rotation is first, that creates your mag-grav condition. Then the motion comes in as a residue. The difference between your mag-grav position and another field position. And the thing that determines that other field position, of course, is the emotion of presence, the emotional field.
I'm just thinking of that because the example Mr. Keshe gives about the fields, well, we start with a plasma, but before the plasma, there's fields. And those fields create the plasma, and then 2 or 3 plasmas create a physics, and so on and so forth. So I thought it was that the fields just move directionally, and the plasma has directional and this rotational ability. Just my understanding, or the way I was thinking.
Yeah, but whether it's soul or emotional or a physical field, they all follow the same rules. So they are all fields of energy. It's just that in the physical state, it's the lowest energy state. So to manifest the physical state, it gives off the least amount of energy. But the truth is that it has the most amount of energy because it is gravitational. So to manifest that physicality, it appears now that we are the advanced species. But we're not alone. But the ability to manifest in the physicality is an advanced is a scientific advancement, and so we've taken advantage of that by being born. But we, in the process of being born, we've forgotten how we got here. So if we don't know how we got here, then how do we know how we can leave? And that's our problem. So we are not only don't know how to leave, but we are also not allowed to leave because of our conduct. We have taken advantage of the delay in consequences in the plasma you don't have as much of a delay in consequences. You do have a delay when you're making your cup of life, right? You make your cup of life today, and maybe as the field starts to get stronger and stronger, you start to see some GANs, maybe a few hours later, maybe a few days later. But, you know, there's a delay because what we're doing is we're elevating the energy, but we're still in the physical state. So we now have a representation that you can have a different energy state within a range. And that range has been on this planet. Okay, well, can we go from the physical state to the plasma state? Well, yes, we can. However, we now have to engage a different set of rules. And if man's not moral, and he's not taking that into account, then you find that the plasma really starts to wobble. And, you know, that deviation affects the manifestation. So the speed of rotation, as you can see, let's say, for instance, that if you're totally upright, you should have a lot of the energy that keeps you rotating properly on your axis. But if you're leaning over, then you find that, you know, imagine you're leaning over from the North Pole towards the equator. Now you're losing energy. You're manifesting into the physical energy. We're not commenting if that's a good or bad thing. I'm just saying that we can actually see as the Earth is rotating, and actually explain as the Earth is rotating, that there's a change in the energy. Because clearly the guy at the North Pole is rotating at the same rate as the guy at the equator. It rotates one rotation every day. And the people who are living in the north are not any more dizzy than the people living on the equator. So to account for that difference, that spherical difference, there has to be a change in the manifestation, doesn't it?
Okay, the floor is open if anyone would like to open their mics. The new micro nano plasma reactors that we're intending to build, and I hope you're going to build one as well, Alex. We're not going to see any physical rotation, as I'm understanding it, correct? These are more static units, but there is a lot of rotation and interaction going on the field level. We won't see anything on the physicality level. It seems, or it appears to me, it'll just be like a static device, but it's way more than that. It obviously has these fields interacting, creating this scintillation, this rubbing or scratching, like you rub your hands together. So, but I don't think we'll see any sort of dynamic, what we used to spin, let's say, balls or ping pong balls or those reactors. I don't know if there'll be any of that sort of interaction, just like with the reactors in the enhancement unit. They're not spinning, but the fields are interacting. So that takes a bit more finesse, I think, to play with this.
Okay, so this is a key point. If you have a gyroscope rotating on Earth, the gyroscope is rotating, the Earth is rotating, the solar system is rotating, right? And so those are all physical rotations. We are not rotating. We are rotating with the Earth, right? If we were rotating, you know, you'd be walking down the street and, you know, doing donuts all the way. It's we have an independence, okay, because we are the manifested field, and our manifested field is rotating in synchronicity with the Earth's rotation, and it doesn't matter where on the Earth we are rotating at the same speed, and that is, you know, we're going, you know, day by day. But if you were to, let's say, withdraw that gravitational field, that gravitational connection, and so I'm not talking about the maggrav condition, the balance between the magnetical and the gravitational. I'm saying if you transcend from all gravitational to all magnetical, you're out of here. You're out of here like a shot. There's nothing to keep you grounded. So it isn't an all or none. There is an in between. There's a tempered zone. And that tempered zone is this graceful zone that the Keshe Foundation is looking for, because every industrial revolution, and this is what we're talking about, industrial revolution, is going to cause massive unemployment. And we're trying to be graceful enough to cause massive employment at the same time. And so what appears like a disaster for some is a blessing for others. The thing is, the blessing for others represents the vast majority of people on this planet. But not only, it includes the planet, because the planet itself has a soul.
Okay, let's see if we, thank you, Alex. Let's see if we can open it up a little bit. Would someone like to bring a topic, a question for Alex? Question for all of us? You'd consider the proton, Alex, the soul of the man, and the electron, the physicality of the man?
No, the physicality is the manifestation. The soul of the man is the gravitational, and the soul of the body, the soul of the man is the magnetical, because it's the universal traveler. The soul of the body is the gravitational. The manifestation of the interaction of those two creates a maggrav condition. The interaction of that maggrav with the Earth's condition, the Earth's environment, creates the physicality.
So here on Earth, we're rotating counterclockwise, are we? I mean, I can only be half wrong. But there are planets in the solar system rotating clockwise, aren't there? I was just wondering why these placements. Is it for stability, to keep everything in balance? And then if we were not rotating counterclockwise and we were rotating clockwise, would that change the whole environment of this planet in the solar system, or it couldn't exist?
What a great question. What a great question. Look.
Well, let's hear a great answer. No, just kidding. I'm just saying for, you know, just surmising that, is it Venus that's rotating clockwise?
I'm not certain. It's either Mercury or Venus. But, you know, you can clearly see that the plane, you know, for the Saturn, Uranus and Neptune, they're kind of rotating on different planes, but they're still staying on the same orbit. So the point that I've been trying to make all along with these exercises is that we didn't come to Mars, okay? We came to Earth, okay?
But that's close enough, isn't it, Alex? From Mars to Earth. I mean, in galactic,
What did we
it's not
miss?
that far.
Well, it's not that far, but you know, can you? Oh, well, sure. Go into outer space, my friend, and you know, land in the wrong spot, and they say, "What are you doing here?" And you say, "Well, I'm close."
Right.
You know, it's not where I wanted to go, but I'm close. Well, you know, it's our target shooting is extremely accurate. You know, we've sent over a couple hundred people into outer space. They've gone safely. They've arrived back safely. They went to wherever they wanted to go. We didn't predetermine where they were going, but they went with their soul. And I think you don't predetermine where you're going when you go to sleep, and you don't predetermine what you remember. But I think all of us are probably remembering more and more. And the thing that we really have to remember is that that's our own personal experience. So your experience is different from mine. So there's no point me interpreting your experience, because your experience is related to everything that you do. And so the thing that has that memory is your soul. Your soul will remember all of this, and it contributes to your evolution. And your evolution is a learning experience. And so one of the things that we've learned is that Earth is looking a lot better than Mars. I mean, if I had to make my choice over again and you give me this choice, well, you want to go to, you imagine you're the salesman and saying, oh, I have a trip to Jupiter. You want to go to Jupiter? It's a big planet. Well, you know, big is nice, but I don't care about big. I'd like to go to someplace kind of heavenly, and you look at this beautiful blue planet and you say, my God, what a beautiful place. I'd like to go there. Boom, there you are. And you didn't come to Mars and say, oh, geez, I just missed by a little bit, relative to the universe. You have to be precise, because not only did you hit Earth, but you had to hit a certain spot on Earth. Imagine, as they say in the old days, you were born because of the glint in daddy's eye. Well, imagine if you got born and you were born in the glint of someone other daddy's eye. And you say, well, you know, not your dad. It's just the universe isn't chaotic. Man is chaotic.
So you're saying we came here and we somehow locked into this magnetical gravitational position and came
Exactly.
across the universe. And so then it should be traveling around the planet. This must be built into us or built into the soul, almost like the homing pigeon. So traveling around this planet or the solar system should be, well, if we know how to handle it, fairly simple.
Yeah, but the thing is we've altered the rules of the game, so we have a man-made game as opposed to the universal game. The universal game created all of these planets. If it was left up to us, I mean, let's say we're all racist. Oh, no, no, no. Get rid of Jupiter. Who needs Jupiter? That is such a big drag on this solar system. Let's get rid of it. That would be one of the dialogues, you'd be having. So you say, well, Jupiter does provide a purpose. And that purpose is located between Saturn and Mars. So who am I to decide that? I'm having enough trouble just deciding, what I'm going to talk about today. I can only work with that field strength. But I'll tell you what, Earth is a whole lot better because I'd have to do a whole lot more, on Mars. Like, why do you want to go to Mars? What is the attraction there? Give me a top 10 list as to why you want to go to Mars.
Well, there's probably a lot of beauties there that we're not even aware of.
Well,
it
there's a
sounds
lot of
like you're
beauties
talking.
here.
Huh?
There's a lot of beauties here.
Agree,
I,
and
I
we'll
don't
be
even
able
have
to
to.
explore them.
There's beautiful plants, there's beautiful animals, there's beautiful, paradises. Like, some people like snow, okay, and some people like the tropics, and some people like that variety, and it's nice to be able to go there and come back. Well, maybe that's one of the things. If we go to Mars and we see what a lousy place it is, and that's just my opinion, from the pictures that I've seen. I mean, I'm not attracted to go there. It might give me more appreciation for the planet. But I think there's enough damaging the planet here that we see that we better start appreciating our planet more and understand that we can do something about that. And since we're doing the damage on the lowest energy state, the cleanup needs to be on a higher energy state. And now that we're in the post-September 22nd era, we can now enlist the services of the higher energy state.
Well, it must be better than the moon because it's twice the cost to go there. So they must have some special accommodations, let's say. And I don't think it's the distance. Just a little joke there. I mean, 25 to 50 is double the amount. So, and I don't think you'll just appear there. I think there'll probably be some time of interaction, perhaps, maybe even days or longer. Of course, I don't know. I'm just surmising.
There is a quality difference, as you know. The moon is a satellite of the Earth, whereas Mars is a satellite of the sun. That's got to account for a lot of the difference in price.
Okay. Right, or maybe the soul of Mars just wants to extract a little more to visit. I don't know. No, none of the funds, of course, will be going to Mars. It won't be worth anything, but it will be recouped into the Keshe Foundation for their expenses and development and so and further development and so on.
Well, if you're a tightwad, then that's a good way to, draw people to moon. That would be one of the attractions of going to the moon. Well, it's half the price of going to Mars. Come on down.
Okay, would somebody like to ask Alex a serious question? Perhaps.
Yeah, turn off your mic there.
Alex, this is Free.
Good day to you.
Hello. It's evening here, almost night. But what I find so fascinating is that you remember the spiral that Keshe always draws, and we are on the other spectrum of the creator is the inside, the inner space of the spiral, and we are at the lowest outside. But that is probably the beauty, because we have, in fact, everything, every possibility in all these different fields until the creator. And that might be the reason why we are here on Earth, that we want to experience this. And it's not easy, but when we learn more about that, then we just have, and that's what also Ms. Keshe says, that we have to educate the universe, because we have chosen, I would say in my words, this outer plane of materialization, and therefore we get a direct feedback what is what the inner space of ourselves is reacting, or not reacting, but the consequences of our reaction in our inner space. So that is a little bit my take.
No, I agree with you totally. Is my mic on? Yeah. The observation you made is absolutely, in my opinion, perfect. The only one word that I would change is might. You're using as maybe your thought process is accurate. So your process has to be accurate because your life has a purpose. So it's not purposeless. And so we're all looking for our purpose, but one of the things that help us in being more comfortable with our decisions is to look at, well, we had an array of possibilities, and looking at this array here, all what we call the solar system, I think we all made the best choice. So uh, you're correct in saying, well, so the creator would be the gravitational, and we are the magnetical. But so what that means is that uh, the creator is of the higher energy. But if the motion is us, is the manifestation of that motion is us, then we have to have more energy to be able to transmute from the physicality to the plasma field. And so we have to become more gravitational as well. Well, how can we become more gravitational if we want to become more magnetical? Well, the answer, of course, is that the field strength becomes manifest in the gravitational point, and the magnetical becomes the direction, the motion, the byproduct of the manifestation of the fields. This is very important to understand. We got into a bit of a problem last week with the anode cathode thing. And so it really boils down to the point of view. The anode was positive, the cathode was negative, but the being a negative means that you have more energy. And so you can do more. Being an anode means you can give more energy. So you can't give if you don't have it in the first place. So that's why the anode is positive. So it gives. So the action to give is going to give to the weaker. In the process of receiving, that weakness becomes enhanced. You see. So you've gone from, shall we say, a certain point of energy, and you've absorbed energy. Now you're in a higher energy. If you get enough of it, to maintain that, you have to have a rotation. And in order to go to a higher energy state, you have to have a higher speed of rotation. And you have to be able to do that without getting dizzy. So the problem that we have here is that we were gifted with this trip to Earth using these techniques, and we have been delinquent in how we have used this gift. And so we're not allowed to continue until we change our ways. So it's in us. We have the knowledge. We have the capability. But, we keep delaying. And, just this simple concept of the speed of rotation, back in 1974, it was physically demonstrated to some of the top engineers in the world. And it wasn't that they didn't understand it. They totally outright rejected it to the point where they made it a taboo subject. And yet, it is the fundamental principle of how advanced avionics works. I mean, that's how the universe, how the UFOs work. So this was in 1974 where the man was able to demonstrate in the physical state what the UFOs were doing, you know, decades before that. So obviously there's a knowledge gap and there's a resistance. And that knowledge gap and resistance is detrimental to our existence on this planet. And because our existence then becomes compromised, the Earth space is also feeling that because we were welcome here. Now we've created an environment where, you know, there's uncertainty. Are we welcome here? Well, one thing for sure, we're not welcome in outer space, not with this conduct. And can we change? Well, after 12,000 years, what would you say? Chances of us changing are kind of slim. And so we have to change the field strength. So instead of depending on the physical transformation, we need to work on the plasmatic transformation, not just at the emotional level, but go beyond on the soul level and understand that that soul level connects to the creator. So, you know, welcome back to the universe, if you will. So you are 100% right in your comment there, Free. Thank you very much.
You say something about 1974. I didn't hear about that. What was going on then?
Oh, that was Eric Laithwaite made the presentation to the Royal Institute in England, and he was demonstrating gyroscopes. So they didn't believe him then, and you know, it's it's too bad because you know, as I say, seeing is believing, and he showed them physically, and they didn't believe it. What was it here? Just one moment. I'll pull the slide up again. Give me a second. Here we go. Maybe this is the slide that you didn't catch.
Indeed, I only got later in, so
yeah.
Didn't.
But this, what he showed here, was physical. The systems he demonstrated were working, and they were working physically. There was no, you know, well, it's a MAGRAV condition, and you know, you have to manifest emotionally and, you know, interact with this field and interact with that field. And you kind of have to think in multiple dimensions, the way we were constructed. No, this is purely man-made. This is purely physical, straight up physical. But, you know, as the one scientist said, well, you know, this wasn't following generally accepted, you know, principles. Well, you know, that's what constitutes innovation, isn't it? If everything that you do is only based on, you know, generally accepted principles, there would never be any innovation.
Well, I read that he is the father of maglev. Now China has has a lot, and Japan has a lot benefited of that. Did they?
Well, certainly, and this is one of the reasons that I was commenting the other day and saying, you know, we have this what do you call this romance with the electric vehicles, and I'm saying, well, it's not 1970, you know, and when you look at Canada and the US, we don't have a high-speed rail system. And you know, our continent is so broad, you know, we could really use a high-speed rail system because it, you know, there's a lot of space in between the cities, but we don't have one. And you say, well, why don't we have one? And if you look at the date, 1974 to 2022, that's, you know, 48 years, is it? What have we been doing in the meantime? So,
And only recently, or actually this week, I heard about the project to connect the world via the Bering Strait. There were plans to tunnel or to bridge that gap, and then we would have had the connection throughout the world in an easy way with this maglev rail system also probably. And then we would have connected the whole world with each other.
well, can you imagine, you know, the maglev is physical, the maglev is plasmatic. And so the same principles apply, but at a higher order of magnitude. And now we have been advancing order of magnitude by order of magnitude. Each step is an order of magnitude. So now you know that if we operate on a physical basis and say that's the lowest, and if we just take a very, very simple 2 steps, let's go emotion, let's go soul, 2 steps, okay? That's 10 times 10. We're 100 times more efficient than the maglev. 100 times.
Yeah, and maybe we also can look at that Bering Strait, that to connect it plasmatically, and then we have the connection to the whole, throughout the whole world. Anyway, we have it, but there is also the physical. So sometimes it helps to physically imagine something.
Well, the whole thing has become redundant, hasn't it? So, you know, if we were looking at a graceful change, and let's say this industrial revolution, and let's, you know, do like the Chinese, do it every 5 years. So say, well, here's our target date, you know, we'd like to get, you know, let's say 25% of the industry converted to the new plasma science. Well, the way things are going, we're not getting that luxury. So you can tell me better than I can over here. I think you are having a severe energy crisis in Europe. So it's not just energy for heating, but it's energy for industry, which is driving the economy. So, you know, and then to pay for the heating, you're paying for heating that you can't get because there's no energy. So it doesn't even matter if you can pay for it, you can't get it. You know, no gas is no gas. You know, when you're out of gas, you're out of gas. It isn't, oh, I can't afford the gas. No, you don't have gas. So that to me is an existential crisis. Can you comment on that?
I can. I looked at my energy bill gas for last October. They were charging one of the charges, the bigger charge, was 88 cents per CCF, cubic feet. I don't know what the actual designation is. But this year, already it's $1.08 for the same item as in October of 2021. So that is close to a 20% increase right there. I think in Europe, they're doubling almost monthly. That was the report I had.
Well, You know, the good news, Mark, of course, is that the inflation rate has gone down. So instead of being, you know, exorbitant, it's 10% less than exorbitant this month. So it's not as exorbitant as it was last month, but it's still inflation. So, you know, the inflation rate in Europe, I think, is running right across the board at over 10% a month. Well, that's every month. So, you know, 10 times, we're what, in November, the 9th month of the year? So that's at least 90% increase in energy cost. Fried, can you update us on what the situation is there, or?
Well, my situation was that I had a certain amount, and I even got back in August, but the amount to pay forward is now the double.
Oh,
But
double, so
I got a substantial amount back from last year.
yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about the average person, like the, you know, it's a societal problem. It's not just a, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
And
we get
is it
some.
double?
Yeah, I think it's about double. Yes, and we get at least for a few months, we get some benefit from the municipality, and that is for low incomes. But it has, I normally wouldn't get it because I have little savings, but now I get it also part of it because it's independent of savings. So I get a substantial amount for 2 months to help with the high energy bills.
Well, this is great planning. Like I said, some countries, they plan 5 years in advance. You have to plan 3 months in advance.
Exactly.
Well, it's
You
a set.
you never know what the strings attached will be.
Oh, exactly. It's a sad state that we're in, and you know, when you look at, I mean, we're not dealing with incompetent people. You know, all of these people understand accounting. They understand technical things. You know, with the amount of money that is being tossed around is well, it's unbelievable. I can't even get my head around it. Okay, you know, I'm worried about day-to-day expenses. So and I'm not alone in that. And that's the whole point. So this is affecting the emotional stability of the society. And when you affect that, you're affecting the speed of rotation, because the field strength becomes diminished because it's consumed. You're consumed with worry. You know, in Germany, I believe that you know, over 60,000 people became unemployed overnight because 8 factories shut down, and one of them was I remember was BASF, and their energy bill was $2.2 billion. And you know, that may be a lot, that may not be a lot. It all depends on, you know, relative to how big the company is. Well, last year that bill was only 200 million. Oh, so the difference is 2 billion. Well, for 2 billion, they built a new factory in China, and you know, goodbye 8,000 employees. It's been nice knowing you, and so now you have high quality staff who are looking for high quality jobs that are, you know, fleeing. They're leaving the country, so there won't be any high paying jobs. Well, guess what? There's not going to be any low paying jobs as well, because the rest of the population has dominated those low-paying jobs. I mean, you're looking at a total upheaval with respect to the economy. It's like a volcano. You know, it's a volcano's erupting, and it's upsetting everybody. But why is that? You know, with all the technology and the capability that we have, and the history and education and the science, and we're suffering this way. I mean, I think, you know, this is, let's say, if I'm the head of the household and I'm operating this way, divorce, immediate. You know, we've seen divorce for less, but this is catastrophic. Oh, you know, well, we can't pay for the home, we can't pay for the food, we can't pay for the car, we can't pay for the hydro, we can't pay for the education. What kind of head of the household are you anyway? And you know, I would say that's irresponsible. You know, so and many people are that responsible when they come confronted with these kinds of problems. Then they go to the bar and get drunk, as if that helps the situation. That only weakens the field strength even more. So, you know, we have to be more mature and understand that maturity has nothing to do with age. Maturity has to do with field strength. It has to do with our understanding, our plasmatic understanding. The more plasmatic understanding that we have, the more mature we will be. You know, and I'm speaking personally, you know, I don't feel that I'm mature enough, because every time I go into a new discovery, all that discovery does is it creates more questions, and these questions keep coming up. And why didn't they come up in the first place? Because the questions that led to those questions weren't answered. Now that we answered some of those questions, well, more questions come up. Oh, well, if this, then that, and if this, then that. Yeah, so does that mean, you know, that the field strength of Mars is the same as the field strength of Earth? No, no, Mars is on a different orbit. But Mars is within the same physicality as Earth. We can see Mars, and that's why it takes so long to get there, because we travel in the physicality. Well, I can travel there emotionally. I can see the pictures and I can imagine myself there. So that doesn't take a long time. Imagine now that you travel in outer space and you get there instantaneously. That's even faster than your emotional travel. Well, holy cow, that's I'd say that's an improvement. And that's what we're at. But, you know, how do we get there? So you can take an energy state, you can increase it or decrease it. And if it's physical, you can only increase it or decrease it so much by an order of magnitude. But if you're in a higher energy state, to increase it one state, that increase is many orders of magnitude. You can't increase it by just one order of magnitude. You have to increase it by many, because it's in a higher energy state. You know, it's like going from the minor leagues. You know, we've got the World Cup starting today. All the top elite players are supposedly gathered in Qatar to play the World Cup. So these are top flight players. Well, they play differently from the way you and I would on a Sunday kick around, right? So, you know, when they are making a decision, they're taking more things into account in how they play, how they condition themselves, the situation in the game, the emotions, you know, the crowd noise, the referee. All these things have to be taken into consideration. You go around for a Sunday kick around and, you know, all you want to do is just have fun. Very, very simple. Almost like a kid. But that's not saying that kids can't be mature. Open up to the possibilities. allow the field strength to come in and understand that our conduct affects the field strength. Well, if you want to be stronger, then you have to be morally conducted. And this is our dilemma. How fast can we mature? Thanks so much, Fried.
Well, we're going to have a chance with the energy blueprint to put it together and save ourselves in a way. I know he had announced, Mr. Keshe had announced that this will be coming up shortly. But as I said earlier, our success hasn't been overwhelming with the last system that was gifted to us. But we'll have to put our collective understanding together, I think, to make this happen, hopefully. It's already been produced by other people on the planet, and we'll see how detailed Mr. Keshe goes within this, or just discusses the generalities, and it's up to us to fill in the rest of it. But it does seem like time is of the essence in a way.
Mark, can I ask a question?
Oh, are you going to tell us you're used to dealing with 10% inflation a month, or is it even higher where you
Oh,
are?
yeah,
John?
well, I'm not going to repeat that. You're complaining about the gas. The damage of 10 kilograms of gas. It costs us here, what is it, about 330 euros, 10 kilogram bottle of gas. But that's beside the point. No, I was listening to Alex talking about he was standing on the North Pole and Earth gyrated counterclockwise. And then you said you're standing on the South Pole and it's also gyrating. It's really gyrating clockwise because you're standing upside down. Or do you stand on your head when you're on the South Pole?
Oh, it depends on your point of view. You have to leave the North Pole and go to the South Pole and look at it. This is the thing.
That's right. You got to stand on your head to be able to see it the way you said.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, if you got a pension fund or something, come and live here. Everything is very much cheaper if you change your money on the black market.
Yeah, but John, the problem that we're having on this planet now is all encompassing. It isn't isolated in any one country.
We're living through unbelievable times, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, the real problem comes down to our awareness that we have choices. I found out when I was 40 years old. And the problem for me was that I couldn't believe that I could achieve the age of 40 and be so stupid. No, I mean, it doesn't matter, you know, how stupid I am today. I was like super stupid back then. But what was the cause of that? And I'm being, highly self-critical. And the reason I'm highly self-critical is because I had a medical problem in my family and it cost me a fortune. And so I didn't understand the rules of the game. And the rules for the game was that I was the toy and everybody was playing me. So until I became aware of what the rules of the game were, then I was struggling. And as soon as I found the new rules, then I could adapt properly. So this is the whole purpose of education and awareness, is to find out what is the correct thing. And until you find that correct thing, you got to keep looking.
Very much so, yeah.
But we're at the point now where we don't have to look anymore because there has been a dramatic change in the rules of the game. So I was very happy to overcome the health problems. So let's say cancer was 8 weeks. Well, guess what? We can do that much faster now. So that's where the progress lies. The question for me is, if I could process that in 8 weeks, well then, it's been years since that happened. So there's a lot of 8 weeks in all those years. So we could have eliminated that problem. It's just like there's a lettuce problem in North America. A lot of restaurants are taking lettuce off the menu, taking salads off the menu because there's a lettuce crisis. Well, lettuce grows in less than 8 weeks. So, that's the bridge. That's the Bering Strait there, right? That Fried was talking about. That's the bridge. 8 weeks. For the sake of 8 weeks, you can start growing lettuce today, and in 8 weeks, you'll have a crop. And if you do it properly, the next day you'll have another crop. And you can harvest every day all throughout the year. We have that technology. So why are we having a shortage?
Yeah, if you use plasma water, it'll take half the time.
Oh, well, that's a bonus, right? So
Yep.
so you're really weakening their argument, talking about the shortage. So if I'm saying 8 weeks, you're talking 4 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have been waiting over a year for this reorganization. So there were what 12, 13 4-week periods in that year.
You should listen to Johnny explaining the way he's seeding 120 hectares of wheat, and the difference between plasma seeds and an ordinary chemically treated seeds. It's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the we've come to the point where we don't have to wait anymore. So we've been there and done that. So it's not gee whiz, good golly, Miss Molly. It's let's get going and let's start to bring peace on earth and prosperity to humanity. Great to hear your voice, John.
Same here.
Would anyone else like to bring something up at this point? Please feel free. There's no criticism. There's no judging. Whatever you'd like to open up, perhaps. Sounds like everyone's satisfied. Alex, is there more you'd like to go into?
Or have they all fallen asleep?
No, I don't think they're sleeping.
They absolutely refuse to leave here unless they have surrogates listening in. And but anyway, all joking aside, I think everybody realizes how serious the subject matter is, and we've come to the point now where this is something you can't sit on the sidelines. There are no sidelines anymore. We're all in it. So there was a question, when did you decide to do this? So the answer is before you were born. That decision was made before you were born. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You're not here for no purpose. You are here for a purpose. You just have to, realize that there is a purpose to life, and and you're part of it, and that's the reward. That's a truly wonderful reward, and this planet is to benefit for that. So, if you want to know if you're fulfilling your purpose, all you have to do is ask yourself a question once in the morning and once in the evening. So in the morning, you ask yourself a question, how can I contribute today to the betterment of this planet? And then at the end of the day, you ask yourself, was this planet better in the evening than it was in the morning due to my presence? And so there's no quantity, right? And in fact, the only quality is the incremental benefit. So you are the judge of that, because you have to work within your field strength. If you compare yourself to someone else, guaranteed you'll be disappointed. So, and that's not the game of life. Life is not a game in that regard. In life, we can play games, but that's not the game that, my field strength is better than your field strength. That's just a game. But what is your field strength in the evening compared to your field strength in the morning? Or let me put it another way. If you come to this meeting and you have no benefit, then that would be constituted as a waste of time. And so I don't believe that you believe that. And I respect that. So I try and do something that is, in my opinion, worthwhile and beneficial. And what I'm confessing to you is that I'm doing this for purely selfish reasons. Because if I do something that's worthwhile for you, and that's questionable because I'm just transmitting, so you have to absorb it if you wish. I can't force it on you. I could just create that condition. But I created that condition, and I absorbed that field strength from myself, because it forces me to confront this situation. Because I'm like everybody else. I'd like to go to a bar and watch the soccer game, but this is more important, and I benefit from that. So it's part of my learning experience. And, I confessed that a long time ago, I was at the maximum of what I was taught. And I was fretting as to what was I going to do once I get to the maximum of what I know. And, I don't know much. And I find out, every time I learn something, I find out I know even less. but that's a relationship. That's a comparison. So there's more knowledge out there. So the potential increases. Well, that's great. You can't grow into a limitation. You can grow only into a potential, right? So a child will grow into an adult. But what does an adult grow into? You know, baggage, someone's baggage, someone's headache, someone's dependency. You know, that's not an aspiration. So an adult has to grow into something. And this is the point. And you know, if you're sitting in an old age home and you know the purpose of your life is to get up in the morning and go to the washroom and eat and go to sleep, I don't call that a life. And if that's all that you're taking into account, well, that's a sad state. But is there anything else that you can garner from that? So each of us has to make this decision. We have to make this decision. We cannot not make this decision because every day is an opportunity. And, you know, we are being called into action. It's our planet. We came here willingly by the grace of our parents. And in honor of our parents, we came here to make this place a better place. And the only way that we can make this a better place is to do this as gracefully as we can. And this has to be a collective effort because that's what contributes to the field strength. If you want more energy, you have to increase the field strength to keep that energy. And that's what we're doing with the plasma dome. We understand that. We contribute to that. It is getting stronger. And you can see that because we are exchanging our perceived desperation for someone else's newfound desperation. And we're seeing it. And it's sad to see. And we can help out with that by reconnecting the souls. Because the delinquency and misconduct that we have on our planet is manifest from the disconnection of our souls. So how can you disconnect the soul? You don't disconnect the soul from the physicality. You disconnect the soul of the man from the soul of the body. Because the soul of the body governs the soul, the body, or the body of physicality. So if we reconnect that, and we have that technology now, but we, and I say we as man space, but how about universal community space? And if they do or if they don't is actually a moot point. By extension, we have it, they have it by extension. So that's a done deal. Now it's a matter of implementation. And if they didn't have it, what they did have was the morality. So that for them is a done deal. It's for us to relearn that. And it's a very simple thing to do. You have to make that choice. And not all of us are in an ideal situation where we can extricate ourselves from that particular problem. So this is the challenge, and this is where it's going to take time to do that. And if we don't have that time, then the events are going to be cataclysmic. So the only way that we can overcome these, shall we say, obstacles is to be cataclysmic, elevate everybody right across the board. I have no choice.
Anyone else have something they'd like to bring up? Alex, are you finished or there was more?
Over to you, Mark. Thanks.
Well, I guess we're going to see some things in the next 60 to 90 days. I don't want to see one person freeze to death in Europe, and if we can transmute one, we can transmute all of them if need be, if that's their choice to go. I know Mr. Keshe said if they knew about the foundation and understood a little bit about the technology, they could be moved out of Europe into a more warmer or a choice of a place that they wanted to be in. But maybe there'll be another way to resolve this, at least in the interim, where the gas will be provided or something along that line. And even if we push it back to next year or whatever, that, but this is going to go on for a little while, I think, that we actually have the physical units ready for release. I wouldn't mind doing that either, but I don't want to see, I think there's like indicated 400 million people are in the zone. And the winter is fast approaching. So hopefully we can build these things. And I mean, I would give up all my time just to build them on a regular basis every day. If it could help someone else in another part, help himself, but help someone else as well. So we'll see. Hopefully this is going to be a better understanding than the Magrev systems that were gifted to us, let's say. Anyone else want to bring something else up? If not, I'm going to play the privilege of becoming a satellite soul. And again, Mr. Keshe is indicating we need more people involved, and especially on the mobile wellness or the cosmic ray farms, these wellness centers. I don't know what the overall plan is, but whatever it is, it's beautiful and it's for the elevation of all souls. And again, we're not the special one. We think we're special, but it has to do with all the other souls that have been created here and throughout the universe, as I understand it.
See, that's a great point, Mark. So there is no feeling of inferiority allowed in this transformation, because we all were born, so we all have this inherent capability, right? There's not an exclusive club. There's no club to join, or there's no admission ticket. We are all automatically included. So it's just a matter for us to change our awareness and change our outlook and understand that the soul is what's feeding the physicality, and the physicality manifests from what the soul is feeding. And we have to incorporate that into our life, and not just at noon or 6 o'clock, but 24 hours a day. And that's how long it takes to go around this planet in one rotation, one day. So it's all of us together, and the amount of knowledge, the detail. I mean, who cares? What you care about is what's in your heart, what's in your soul. And so on that basis, I want to thank everybody for sharing the time with me today and allowing me to present and Mark again, a great job in putting together this. It's a fantastic contribution, and to all the souls participating today, thank you very much, and let's have a great week.
Okay, anyone else holding something back that they thought they would like to release and share at this point? Okay, so you'll be able to recommend a process that people are not aware of if they've exhausted all their other avenues. I know some people do go into experimental testing, or if there's a new product coming out from the pharma, but this is way beyond that. You'll be able to share and let them know where they can receive some sort of processing or balancing or what have we there. And I think it's again, as Erm said, the email is health@spaceshipinstitute.org. So you can email there. And that was in the workshop as well. You can see that. So this is the point of connection to overcome whatever conditions, at least some of the very main ones. And I know there are millions of people when you total up all the different people suffering from Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and all the other depression, all the other conditions that were named in this last workshop, that there is a place to find relief from that condition, which is a blessing just alone in itself, even for the family members who also have to bear the burden or the pain or the sorrow of seeing someone you love go through such a condition, when it can be simply changed through processing or perhaps a magnetic field that will interact and balance what's needed in this space gap. Anyone else?
Mark, may I add something, please?
Oh, add as much as you'd like, Alex.
Just, I was looking at the schedule here, and so today's topic was speed of rotation. And this was the 5th week in this particular 6-part series. So I made up my decision. It wasn't etched in stone, but I haven't made any changes. This was a subject that I was planning on talking about, and that was done 5 weeks ago. You may find this hard to believe, but I never heard of Eric Laithwaite until yesterday. And I was actually quite astounded. And the thing was that it confirmed for me the question, what happened to all these high-speed trains and stuff like that. So, through my research yesterday, I got all those answers. And I've had these questions for years and years, but it wasn't that much of a priority. But what I want to draw attention to is the fact that the speed of rotation was a fundamental thing of the demonstration that he did in 1974 with respect to the gyroscope, because the gyroscope was rotating at a very fast rate. So we were talking like around 25,000 cycles per minute, which is pretty fast for objects that were that large. But I incorporated that into today's session. And so what I want to reference is how if I were to etch this session in its physicality, I would have not had the opportunity to do that. So I had an opportunity to prepare my class, and I do that so that I can stay as current as possible. But I wasn't looking for that reference. It just came to me thanks to the AI logarithm on YouTube. So, just things work in mysterious ways when you allow things to happen. And you need to be grateful that it does happen. But if you don't provide the opportunity for that to manifest, then it's never going to manifest. So I try to keep an open spot for eventualities like that. And I find it pretty remarkable that I headed today's class on a subject that was so insightful and so significant with respect to what Mr. Lathwaite had done. And if you're asking, has anything happened in the last 50 years to move the technology further? Yes, it's called the Keshe Foundation. Thank you all. Talk to you next week.
Right, now this fellow, Lathwaite, he was from Canada? Is that correct? Yes.
No, he was British. He was
Okay.
a professor at Imperial College. He was born in England, and he passed away in England, actually. The irony of the story, just to finish off, is that he had received a contract from NASA, and 3 weeks later he passed away. And so he never got a chance to fulfill that. Never got a chance to fulfill the contract with NASA.
Yeah, it was interesting. I went to school with a girl named April Garthwaite, and I said, "Gee, that's a very different name." And this fellow had a Lathwaite, and all you need to do is change 2 letters, and it works from Garthwaite to Lathwaite.
Well, I hope your memories are pleasant.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, we're having too much fun.
Okay, well, the fun has just begun, so I hope you can handle the rest of it, Alex. And I think we will start to see a lot of all these frowns and this disparaging time that so many people are going through, seeing so many obstacles in front of them. All these frowns and this dismay will be turned into smiles, happiness, and joy, with the fields of comfort and peace provided to everyone. And that's what we'll be able to do, I believe, because it's sorely needed, and it's even more needed as winter approaches. Okay, I'm going to play The Privilege of Becoming a Satellite Soul, which Ed had so beautifully put together, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Anyone else want to bring up something? Usually we go a little bit longer than this, so if you have something you wanted to convey or share with the others, feel free.
There is a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week, and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk. You reach his soul, you understand where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see.
Shroom with mud water and change your life.
I'm on shrooms, don't tell.
There's a huge burden on you who became satellites. Try to understand that with what happened in Linz this week and with the first test, we have set a precedence for the whole change of the structure. Your child cries, he doesn't talk, he reaches soul, he understands where the pain is. You have a mentally handicapped child. You want to know how you can bring the change. You reach the soul. Does the physicality matter? Those of you who are beautiful people will come to understand, to see all the members of the family within the one physical structure. We shall see from what we saw this week, end of what I call, or the beginning to an end of the knowledge of what we build and nourished as prisoners. We see an end to addiction. We see an end to criminality, and we see an end to kingship. We see the beginning of how we transmute people's soul, elevate them, nourish them, and like a dream you had, return back to them. What we saw this week in Linz, without a doubt, will bring massive changes to many of us. And as a head of Keshe Foundation and responsible for setting up the One Race Planet, as I agreed before I arrived here, will endeavor to bring that as fast as possible to be applicable, that it brings a positive change. The world is going through a position of mayhem, not knowing uncertainty, and this uncertainty is creating more problems in the coming months and years, and we are here to use it to change the course for peace. We are not standing for elections, we are not standing to interfere with powers. We elevate the soul of the man in a very massive way. Now there are physical systems, and it can be shown, and it will be developed for all levels of understanding. This process of transmutation of the soul and transmutation of soul of physicality, which is confirmed this week, will bring us many, many changes. Will bring us amazing amount of changes. I hope, as human race, as knowledge seekers, you understand what you have entered into and what you have brought to be, and what is about to come, and how much change it will come and bring for all of us.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.